Present.
Commissioner Teeple?
Here.
Commissioner Stolberg?
Here.
So just as a reminder, we are recording this for video recording purposes and for minutes. If you glance up at the screen and the screen isn't catching what you're saying, you're not speaking loud enough. Please project to the microphone, not to the person sitting next to you or to the closest person in the room. Thank you. Any changes to the agenda? Commissioner Alegria.
No, it's wrong
Okay. Commissioner Montero.
I would like to propose a couple changes. To the end of the agenda, I would like to add a discussion of agenda items for future meetings and
Following correspondence, or where would you like?
I think I'd like it after number 13. Make it 13 and a half, whatever. And
We'll make it 14. How about that?
I think my other things, I can do questions during certain reports.
Is everybody okay with that? Change to the agenda? All those in favor of adding future agenda items to the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thanks, just wanted to make sure. Anything else? Any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none? Approve the agenda?
Oh, I move to approve the agenda with the change.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Public comment. We have public comment that is available with a 3-minute limit. Are there any members of the public that are present that would like to make comments? Leaving time for people to get their hands raised online if they want to make comment online. Sometimes it takes a second to get that to register. Okay. Seeing none, correct? Good. No public comment? Moving on. Approval of the minutes. So we're not going to do the minutes all at once. We're going to do meeting minutes one at a time. So the first meeting minutes that we'll be considering is for the board meeting on August 28th, 2025.
Who would like to ask a question first?
Commissioner Montero.
Were the minutes taken from recordings, and was there AI used in putting the minutes together?
Yes, please.
I listened to the meetings, recordings of the meetings, and then staff for the August and October minutes, staff had also prepared some that I worked off, so it was kind of a blend of those. And then I looked at the AI transcripts that was provided, so it was a blend of all.
Okay, thank you.
And by AI transcripts, we're talking about what, like that is on the screen now?
Right.
Or was that a different mechanism
Mainly
previously?
off of Teams, some
Okay.
Otter AI, some Read AI.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
And I have, if we're looking at the August 28th minutes, so I would like to make a comment though for the future, and that is that I would like to make sure that as secretary, I get the first draft of the minutes within, say, 2 weeks of our meeting, so that I can review before they come out to the board. Okay, under item number 8 on the August 28th minutes. Oh, that would be page 8. The last sentence of the paragraph. Let me see. Yeah, on the last paragraph that talks about discussion, it indicates that Commissioner Alegria asked whether any law or rule required the board to approve rather than accept. It says Commissioner Montero clarified no such requirement exists and expressed a preference. I did not express a preference. I gave the information that I have previously researched in the past about why you don't approve as opposed to accept. And then the other thing was that Debbie Ruth Schmidt at that point did express that that had been discussed by the board in the past. And so I think that needs to be reflected there. It's not quite accurate. On rural transit letter, that would be 9C, the next page. The one sentence is a little bit difficult to understand. It said that David was drafting a letter to elected officials, and I think that needs to specify state elected officials, because that's where that was supposed to go. And if you just say elected officials were elected officials, it doesn't say which elected officials. So that needs to add the word state. And under D, stiff loan payment reversal, under the discussion, the clarification, Commissioner Alegria asked whether the district has enough money to pay its bills if the money is returned. If the money is returned to the state. It's us returning the money to the state. It just needs some clarification there, what was meant there. On item E, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I believe that the wall that the executive director reported was not going to be built, was not at the operations center in Warrenton. I believe it was in this building. So that's in error, because it says in the Human Resources Office at the Operations Center in Warrenton, and it was going to be at the proposed Human Resources Office in the Transit Center building. And in item 10A, the end of the sentence, the first paragraph, commissions can grant an exception. Actually, what I noted was the board could exempt itself, not that commissions can grant an exception.
I'm sorry, where are you?
New business, A, board member resignation,
Okay,
and
okay.
the last sentence on that paragraph. And that's all I have for that. I propose those amendments to the minutes.
Any other?
I move that those amendments be made to the minutes.
We haven't.
Can I say that? No. No, I know what you mean.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Because we haven't, no, yeah, we don't know. Trying to remember, rewinding the tape in my head. Yes, you can make that motion. I was going to see if there were other changes that needed to be made prior, but you made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Montero and a second by Commissioner Romero to amend the minutes as stated. Any further discussion? Anybody else with other amendments to these minutes? Would be a great time to add them now. No further amendments to these minutes? All those in favor of amending the minutes with the proposed changes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. I would entertain a motion regarding the minutes at this point.
I move to accept the minutes as amended.
I have a question first.
The question, sure.
As new commissioners, we
Oh, I'm sorry.
probably weren't present at those meetings. Do you want us to vote to approve those meetings based on consensus?
You can vote. It is up to you to have, decided whether those seem accurate to you, whether you listened to them, whether you watched them, whether, any of those things. So you have means to verify that without having been present, so you are allowed to vote on them. You do not have to abstain.
Thank you.
So, That was a great question. So there's a motion on the floor to accept the minutes for August 28th, 2025 as amended. There is not yet a second.
I'll second that motion.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes for August 28th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously from what I heard. Next set of minutes is the financial workshop minutes from October 23rd.
I move to accept the minutes from October 23rd financial workshop.
And I will second that motion.
Motion is made to accept the minutes from October 23rd financial workshop by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Discussion. Any amendments or changes needed for those? No further discussion. All those in favor of approving the minutes for the financial workshop on October 23rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The board meeting minutes for October 23rd, 2025.
Let's see. I'm going to propose an amendment. Under item number 9, continued business, the very last sentence, commissioners unanimously said they disapprove of the changes, but noted they are required. I would add the words, in order to continue to receive STIP funding. Did you get where I am?
I know where you are, just can't find it.
I believe our exact words there were begrudgingly
Yes,
accept these
yes. We
changes.
were all very begrudging about it, but I
Yep.
think the reason why we voted needs to be included there, and we were specific about that.
Yep.
So
Any
that's
other
one-
changes?
Yeah, let me see what this other one. Under F, strategic plan facilitator, where the second paragraph, Chair Plezak made a motion, Commissioner Alegria seconded the motion failed in a vote. There needs to be the same box there that shows the vote of every single person as we have for all the others. And I know that that's missing in another set of minutes as well. So that vote needs to show, because all it says is motion failed in a 3-to-1 vote. But we need that box with the vote.
Is that something you're able to put together? Okay, so
Okay.
that's an amendment. I will just say, thanks for your patience, everybody. We don't usually have this many minutes to
Right.
go through at the same time. We've just had a transition to new executive assistant, so we were behind on some things.
This is not an amendment, but it's a question, because this is where we made the direction. Just, can you tell us that the red cards are available at the front window? They are available?
Yes.
Okay. All righty, that's all I have. So I move those amendments.
Been a motion made to amend the minutes with the previously mentioned changes. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Motion was made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero to approve the amendments as stated. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously.
I move to accept the amended minutes of October meeting,
23rd.
October 23rd.
I'll second that.
Motion has been made to accept the amended minutes by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously. Board meeting minutes for December 18th.
Let's see. I know I've got some stuff with that. Hold on, let me get there.
This is the meeting where we welcomed all of our new members that are at the table.
Under staff and guests on roll call, Craig Holt was also a guest here, and his name is not mentioned there. Do we have something where our guests sign in? That would make it easier? Good deal. All right. And as we go to the vote on the positions, if you look at page 24, position number 7, it does not show, again, we should have the boxes there, and it doesn't show my vote or Chair Kleesek's votes right there. It only shows 2 people voting. And in the next one, also needs a box, and it does not show Chair Kleesek's vote.
Did you have a
Is it
question?
appropriate to make-
Yes.
There were just a few instances where there was a split vote early, and so then there were no more votes because it had to be unanimous.
Mhm.
So not everybody did vote.
Oh, everybody did vote.
Each time everybody did vote. So the votes, even though they weren't unanimous and the votes failed, we have to record who voted how. That's one of the things. So hopefully that is able to be gotten from the video and you can tell. Otherwise we can collectively try and go through how those things went. But the first time we went through and voted for all of them, the votes had to be unanimous before we appointed the extra 2 members of the board in order to resolve the last vote. So that needs to be
Right.
correctly identified.
So for that, for all of those areas under the votes, you just need to add in the boxes and how we typically do this. Okay, let me see if there's anything else. I think that was all I had on there. Did you? Yeah.
And I would also ask that we review whether I was the one that nominated somebody. It may very well be, but I don't usually do that, so
Yeah,
that would be
and I was
unusual.
surprised to see that, and I
Yeah.
thought, okay, let's just check on that.
Okay, so we need to review that to make sure that we get that correct, but with those corrected and with those voting boxes inserted, are there any other changes? No other changes?
So I made my motion to amend.
I'll second.
Motion to amend has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Any further discussion? Anything else that got missed? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously.
I move to accept the minutes as amended for the December 18th, 19th? 18th meeting.
And I'll second that.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero to accept the amended minutes for December 18th. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously. That was a big backlog. Thank you for working with us. Okay, reports from chair and commissioners. Commissioner Romero.
I am Glad to be here this morning. I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Commissioner Teeple.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
I have nothing to report.
Commissioner York.
I don't know if this is the time you want me to mention this, but I will. I emailed David and CC Kathy a couple of days ago with some questions about one of the items upcoming on the agenda, looking for additional information. It's my practice to, if I want additional information I think might be helpful for me to make a decision on a vote, I try to ask staff in advance so that there's a greater likelihood that I'll have it. And so I did that. I emailed David and copied Kathy, and just again asking for the information at the meeting if it was available. And Kathy replied and said that David replied, should have my lesson about accuracy, that we need to be sure that this information is shared with the group in public. And there was no, and I didn't receive any information about the content, the substance of my question, just the process issue. So I'm letting you know that happened.
Okay. So that was a perfectly appropriate time, especially since we're finding our feet as a new board. And so not as my comments, but just to respond and clarify for everybody. In order to try and alleviate pressure on staff from questions from 7 different board members, it might be the same question over and over again, which then could result in that answer being repeated out in various formats to everybody. If you have a question that you have for something on the agenda that's coming up, or in general, something that you'd like to see on the agenda, send it to me. And that way, if 5 of you have the same question, I will send the question once to the director. And if it needs to be answered right away, I will distribute that information right away. And if it's just something such as the email from Commissioner York, basically preparing the director for, hey, this is information that I'd like you to be prepared to answer at the meeting. That way staff can be prepared in that way. It's just a way to kind of clear things up, clean things up, and keep us out of the danger of having any sort of serial meeting offline outside of the meeting. So if you have questions, please ask. Please do not hesitate to ask. If you don't get an answer right away, it might be because I'm giving it a little bit of time to simmer and send on to the director. And be clear about whether you're asking for an answer now or whether you'd like this just presented in the meeting. So if it's important that you know it ahead of time. So thank you. Anything else to report? That's it. Commissioner Allegria.
The following is to ask permission for the board if I can do a presentation on special districts overall, and in particular the transportation. I'm a member of American Association of University Women, and so have met to try to get information to the public what are special districts and what they are not, and then we've selected certain districts to explain what they do. It would be all facts. There would be no opinions, no issues, complaints, etc. It's just a factual presentation to the public. We haven't worked out all the details, but we would be using media. We would like to do it, I'll speak for myself, I would like to do it next year, 2027, when special districts are elected. So I'm asking the board whether I can do this as a member of Sunset Transit.
So this is for AAUW is putting together a presentation for the public.
Right.
And you would be AAUW speaker about special districts. Am I getting that right?
I would speak for transportation, Sunset, and then the group would also have an overall description of districts. For example, there's such a misconception of special districts, and the end result, hopefully, is one, people understand what special districts are, and 2, that they run for special districts.
Many times the AAUW from Seaside and Astoria do things jointly. Is this a joint project or just
No.
Astoria? It's just Astoria. Ooh, that was a quick answer. Okay. Because special district information is something that the public doesn't have enough about.
So, what Commissioner Allegria is asking, what I'm hearing is acknowledgement from the board that she would be doing this and in a way speaking for Sunset Empire. She's also saying that she is not going to opine on anything, that she's going to present information that is all publicly available information. Is that correct?
Right, and I've
So-
said this to all
Right.
the members.
So if the board doesn't have a problem with that, I would say carry on and please represent special districts as well as you can. If you'd like to request somebody from the Special Districts Association of Oregon to come and speak, please let me know and I will reach out and see what I can do to help facilitate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Anybody have a problem with that? I'm not seeing anybody's eyebrows raised, so go forth.
Thank you.
Commissioner Montero.
Keep us informed.
Yes.
Okay.
Let us know so we could be present when this
Yes,
happens.
exactly, exactly. I again met with, saw our favorite passengers, Ed and Margie from Warrenton, and again, they heap praise on everybody at Sunset Empire Transportation, and they're very vocal. And at the senior lunches, I do at least once a month mention things about how they can catch the bus and that kind of thing. And Jason has worked on that and has been down there several times as well. Other than that, except for the work that Penny and I have done, I don't think I have anything else to report.
Okay. It has been a pleasure to have a full board to be working with. Again, I'll stress that any questions that you have, please do ask. And have you had your orientation to the district yet? Nope, we've been waiting on Sarah getting her feet under her. Excellent. When we do set up the time to tour the district and look around, I'd love to be included in that scheduling to see if it's possible for me to join you, and if not, I'm not going to hold it up, but I'd like to try and be there to join you. I would point everybody to keep their awareness towards the legislature as transportation issues are being discussed at this next session, which will impact transit districts. So just kind of pay attention to that, because there's some important stuff happening that could impact our funding. Looking forward to seeing everybody at the conference. It should be a really good conference. Just noticed that there's something not on the agenda. So I'm just going to put this out there. During the discussion of the conference, which I thought was on the agenda, it's not there. We, as a district, send our representatives, which are all of you, to the district, to the conference. But as part of the sign-up process, there is the need to delegate somebody to be our voting member, which means they would be attending the caucus meeting and the annual meeting. There's votes that happen on who represents different parts of special districts to the Special Districts Association. And so we need to delegate a voting delegate for the district. So we don't have another time on the agenda set aside to do that. So I'm just bringing that up now in case the board would like to take action on that.
It would seem to me that our chair would be the most likely the person voting on our behalf as the members of SDAO. So I would propose we authorize Chair Clatsop to be our voting member.
I would support that proposal.
I would support that.
I'd support it.
Okay, we don't need a motion on it. You can all just agree and delegate me as your delegate. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I highly encourage you to attend the caucus meeting because that's where we get together with other districts of our ilk and size and type, the way we're categorized with special districts. So please attend the caucus meeting when you see it on your schedule. Thank you.
Good deal.
Appreciate that. Financial report.
Morning. We have a full house this morning. Thank you everyone for being here. Welcome to our new commissioners. We had 2 months worth of financials, so I hope everyone's had the opportunity to go over those. I just kind of wanted to touch on some questions that we had at the last meeting in regards to the balance sheet. So the EFT clearing system, so those payments were in progress at the end of the month. That's why they hit in there. And then
Page 40.
Was that where page 40? I didn't have the page number. Property tax receivables, as we had kind of discussed, pulls into that account, but then it kind of distributes throughout the year because we receive them in a lump sum, but it's an annual thing. The accounts payable system is just the invoices within AP that are being processed. We have accounts payable other, so those are non-standard invoices that are in there. So that's kind of like our garnishments sometimes hits in there because we don't have an actual invoice for that. It pulls from an employee's payroll, so that's an item that would be in there. AP conversion, although it was showing in the system, I've cleared that out. It just something was posting in there incorrectly, and so thanks for bringing that to my attention. I was able to go back through and review that and get that cleared. And then the accrued labor, as we had discussed, is as the month comes to an end, our pay period doesn't end at the end of the month, so that's what rolls into that following month. So those are just the ones that we had discussed last meeting, so I just wanted to hit that out of the gate. I had done something a little bit different this month, only because we had 2 sets of financials, and so with the exceptions report, I did like an actual page. It just was a little bit cleaner instead of trying to use the little space there. My plan going forward is kind of that same thing. If there's, like we had discussed, if there's a lot or something that needs to be, additional information, I'll attach that extra page. Otherwise, I'll just leave it in that small space on the dashboard.
If I could ask on that, I like it on the separate page. It's just fine. You've got the GL numbers. If you could put the amount of money.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, especially being on the, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even on the first page,
Exactly.
I'd love to see the amount of money.
Perfect.
And I just like to ask Sarah the description of the line items, if that could be written out in the minutes so everybody understands.
Do we want to keep that line item part in the front, like where the acronyms are? Normally, do we have that in the front, or do you just want it just for reference?
I personally would like it as a page in the financial report every single time.
Okay.
Then I don't have to go all the way back over here, but it's there.
Okay.
Because it's easier for reference.
I can do that. That's easy
It's a
enough.
financial report, not a packet thing. It's a financial report thing.
Just, you want this included every month?
Yeah, with the
Yes.
financial report.
With the financial
Yeah,
report,
because
okay.
it reminds us.
Are we talking about the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Yep.
Okay.
Same thing.
Okay.
Sorry, making my notes as we go.
Perfect.
Okay, and then, is there anything in the pack?
Actually, another question on that GL code definitions. Under the general ledger codes 4130, 4410, and 4425, you indicate that it's for vending machines, charging station, and billboard. Is one of those for vending machines and one of those for charging station and one of those for billboard? Because if it is, if you could split those out separately,
Okay.
so
Yep.
we know.
People could put the, state the page number.
I'm sorry, that was page 28.
Thank you.
Commissioner Romero?
Yeah, I have a question for clarification. Under number 17, it says credit card payment clearing. What does that mean?
So that's the payments that have gone out.
Okay.
Like all the payments that have gone out, yeah.
Okay.
And
Once
then,
again, page number.
I was gonna just touch base.
Irma, which page was that, please?
That was page 40.
40.
And we were finally able to submit 5310. So that's submitted the beginning of this week. So we'll watch for that to come through. We weren't able to submit that before the funding wasn't available. So
When do we expect reimbursement for that?
Her reimbursement has been coming super fast from the state, like within 2 weeks. So I'm hopeful that that will be the case. They're not having us, in the past we would submit and then it just was a longer process, and now they're waiting until they have those funds and then having us submit. So it seems to be working a little bit better. So hopefully we'll have it in a couple of weeks. We did get I haven't looked at it, I just happened to see it. Our STIF payment for this quarter has been deposited, but I just know it's there. So just FYI, there's
Thank you for that clarification, because I was wondering, what does them not having money have to do with us submitting? But if they've changed that process, I think that's
they've changed that a
it's
little
odd,
bit.
but if it's working, it's working.
It's
Yeah,
working.
if I remember correctly from one of their workshops at OTA, what the impression I got was that when we send our reimbursement in, if they don't have the money, they have to remember to go look for our reimbursement request, and sometimes they forget. So they put the onus of the burden on us instead.
Which works out well. I mean, they're very good at communicating with us about when, it was sent out originally. Originally it was sent out, you could input it, but it wouldn't submit. And then it was like, nope, don't do that. So they've communicated that well. And then once it, we expect it to be available at this time, it's not available at this time. It's as soon as it was available, I had all my stuff ready to go, and into the computer it went. So hopefully we'll get it quickly.
Commissioner Alegria.
So on page 44, just wanted to ask about the situation with Tillamook getting in arrears with the bus tickets.
That is all caught up now.
It is.
We got it caught up this week.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You are welcome.
This is gonna be one of my questions too. So I've got questions, so I'll take them in just in the pages in order. Let me see. So page, just a curiosity, page 29, GL code 8010, you said that this is for copy leases in Astoria. Do we not have a copier in Warrenton that we pay for as well?
No, the only one is, Warrenton has a copier, but it's Astoria's old copier.
Oh, so we own it.
We just swap it.
Okay. Okay, and then this is just a comment, page 31, on the money sitting in LGIP, just so that we're all aware, LGIP has reduced their interest rate.
They did to like 4.1, I think was
Yes.
the last that I saw.
Yeah.
And I expected that to happen. It was
Yeah.
up at 4.5 and then it went down to 4.4. And
We just need to watch to make sure if it goes lower than what we can get elsewhere, that we look elsewhere.
LGIP is pretty good about keeping up in that way.
So
On that note, can I stop you
Sure,
for just
go
a second
ahead.
while it's on the top of my head? We've been in continual communication with our local bank, which is now Max. And so our account that is the ODOT funding, loan funding account, is just sitting in a non-interest bearing account. So we're getting ready to, with board approval, to change that to a money market account like we had done with our contingency funds. So what they will need, I'll need board approval, but then they just need a letter from us, and David can sign as a account signer asking for that to be changed, and then all of our signers would go back in and sign again. So it would allow us to earn interest on that account where we're not earning interest now.
So since this topic is on the floor, I would make a motion to authorize our executive director to send a letter and do the change. So to put our ODOT loan money into a money market fund bearing interest.
Sign.
May I
And
ask a
sign.
question? And is that,
Just sign.
and sign.
I,
The motion has been made to authorize the executive director to
Write a letter.
write a letter requesting the money to be changed from a non-interest-bearing account to an interest-bearing account and sign that agreement. Is there a second?
second.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Allegria. Commissioner Teagle.
So a money market fund, usually you don't touch the money. So this is money that's not going to be touched.
Correct. It's money that has just sat for a couple of years.
Okay.
Any other questions? Commissioner Allegria.
With the contingency fund now that I'm sorry about my voice, so to get interest, is that still going to be a separate line? And not, okay,
It's still in the interest. Yep.
so it's still in, so it's not going to be incorporated into the, oh, okay, thank you.
It'll still
Keep
show
the money
separate.
separate.
And then the next piece to that is you will all get notified to sign a new signature card for the money market account. I mean, that doesn't have to,
Okay.
but just so that everybody's aware that you'll get an email from me to pop in and sign once that's done.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously.
And so I'll continue with
Yes,
these
thank you.
questions.
Sorry.
That's okay. I posted them on the November, but I think I'll go to the December profit and loss performance. So we're looking at page 36. That's income, and that looks fine. 37, I've got the questions on line 41. We are at 50% of the annual budget, but the fees, taxes, and licenses are at 82.59%. And so did we get an increase in those, or are we paying them in months that we didn't put it in the budget that we would be paying them?
So
why is that so high?
The fees are so high because we had fees when we canceled that wall to the contractor that we did not intend to be paying those fees.
So that was about 500?
I think the total on that was just over $900.
Nine.
Okay. So, all right. So the total, and then the capital expense is at 92.97% of what we budgeted. So it's way over the 50%.
And we would
every year.
expect that because we purchased our buses, and
Okay.
that's all one lump sum purchase.
Okay.
And it's just,
So that should even out, because that purchase of buses is probably sitting in the budget later in the
the
year.
purchase of the buses is done, has been budgeted, is good, and we won't be spending any more on that. But it shows percentage, the year-to-date percentage is what we should be right now, is where we are right now. And the up above the 50% is where we should be. And that's going to
Correct.
show over because we didn't expend it throughout the year. We expended it in one lump sum early in the year.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see where else I'm looking on stuff. You did the question. Okay, so. I'm curious where you've got the check listings, and that's page 52. I know I've signed a lot more checks than are in these check listings. So tell me what the difference is.
The check listings is only checks that are over $5,000.
Okay, so could we make sure that at the header says check listing of checks over $5,000? Because people need to know what that means.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think that's all my questions. Yeah, that's all my questions.
Any other questions from commissioners regarding financials? I just have one. I know that the micromobility program was supposed to wrap and finish spending $50,000 by December 31st, and I don't see it on here anywhere.
No, we are finishing up our final reporting on that and what all of our final expenditures were, and so that will be available at the next board meeting.
Okay, and have we inquired to see if they have additional funding that they may want to grant us? Have we complied with all their terms? Director Hart.
Yes, we have. They have no more funds. And we complied with all the terms. We're just reconciling the final, I'm doing a final reconciliation on it.
And all our reports are in to them?
The final report's pending my final review of the audit. So it's otherwise it's ready to go. We have our numbers and everything.
Okay. Any other questions regarding financials?
I don't know if it's on page 59. On total sources for December, why is it so low on the actual December? January is higher by 70,000. Why did it drop like that?
On page 59?
Right?
Yeah.
And so it'd be, you go to total sources, and then you go to December, 26,000 plus, and you go to January, 91,000 plus.
January is projected.
I mean, okay, why is it so low in December?
That's all we received in December.
So what is missing, so to speak?
Well, STIF funding and ODOT grant reimbursement.
Yeah, we don't have any reimbursements or any STIF funding in December.
So, Pamela, I would say I draw your attention to the property taxes line. And the majority of the property taxes are received in November because that's when we all have to pay our property taxes.
Right.
That's right.
So that's
Yeah.
part of it.
We received a
That's
large
big part of
sum in November.
it. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
So sometimes the county is faster at distributing that than others, and sometimes that lands in December, and sometimes it's supposed to land in November. So it's good that it landed in November.
yeah, I had expected more to land in December.
Yeah, but they were on it.
They were on it. They were hitting it fast this year.
Good deal.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the financials? I would entertain a motion regarding the financials.
I move to accept the financials.
And I second that.
Motion has been made to accept the financials as presented by Commissioner Montero, seconded by Commissioner Romero. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Financials are accepted.
Thank you, board.
Moving on to the big topic of the day, I am going to hand off this portion of the agenda to the Transportation Advisory Committee Reestablishment Committee. I'm not sure which one of you is going to take it from here, but Commissioner Montero and Commissioner York were tasked with reestablishing the Transportation Advisory Committee membership, and take it away.
I'll go ahead and start the report. So Commissioner York and I met, and we pulled together a process and got everything written and followed the timeline, so everything's been done. We received 5 applicants, and their applications have been sent to all of you. These applications, by the way, Sarah, need to be put into the official packet. Okay, they need to be included for the public as well. So today, what we're doing is we're doing an interview with 3 questions of each candidate, so that we, as a Board of Commissioners, know who sits on the Transportation Advisory Committee, and we get to see them face to face, we get to talk to them, and so we know what's going on. The other thing I don't think is included, I sent a crosswalk of who could represent which constituency. And I think all of you got it, but we need at least 1 copy here. I don't have a copy in front of me. So maybe, so what we're going to do is, between Commissioner York and I, we're going to ask the questions of each applicant. So I'm just going to put them in, take them in order that we have the applications. So we'll start with Leah Griffin, and probably need you to come up, and we probably need a chair. We need another chair. And each of you have a sheet, have 5 sheets, so that you can make your own notes.
I'll just keep moving around.
We'll find your spot.
Okay. So Leah lives in Seaside. Okay, so Leah, why do you want to serve on the SETD Transportation Advisory Committee?
I have a long connection with transportation districts, transportation services, I should say. When I was the library director in Newburgh, I served as the city's representative to the Chehalis Valley Transit for 27, 28 years, and actually spent 2 of those years as the interim director. During that time, I also served on the county's Transportation Advisory Committee as a representative of the board. And while I am not a user of transit at this point, from that experience of mine, I feel it's very important to represent the people that are riding, and that we make sure that their needs are met. And the advisory committee is one of the areas that can do that.
Great. What is your view of how SETD is doing in serving the community today?
I think there's been a lot of improvement in SETD, to get the right letters. I'm excited to see that the board is fully positioned, and you know, I see the buses making the rounds, and things seem to be in a pretty good place right now.
Thank you. And what skills do you bring to the SETD Transportation Advisory Committee?
You know, I've served on a lot of committees in my life, and so I understand how that process works, and I think I can bring that to the board, and I think I can bring my past experience of being with the Chehalis Valley Transit, having attended the Oregon Transit Association conferences and other things like that. I just have a background in transit.
And I will note that the constituency that Leah indicated she would represent or could represent is the senior community, which is a required member of our committee. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll let you go to the next one.
So next in our packet before us is Melvin Jasmine. So we'll move on. He stepped out for a minute.
Yeah.
He stepped out.
Jonathan Niebuhr.
Oh.
Thank you for putting in an application. We appreciate it. And You are from Astoria, is that right?
No, I'm actually from Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
I moved here about 2.5 months ago.
Okay, but you're living now in this.
I live in Hammond.
Correct.
Huh.
Great. So our first question also is, why do you want to serve on the Sunset Empire Transportation Advisory Committee?
Well, hello, my name is Jonathan. I come from Portland, Oregon. I have a lot of experience with transit. I'm a former public safety officer with TriMet's Public Safety Division. I worked with them for about 4 years. I have a lot of experience riding the trains and buses and interacting with customers, and I feel like my expertise within social services here with Clatsop Community Action, I can represent the low-income communities, minority communities, to show the necessities that they need from transit and the ideas that they need from transit as well. I'm very outgoing. I'm very willing to work with the community and show them, what Sunset Empire Transit District can offer them, and what there's possibilities that we can offer in the future as well.
Thank you. Next question, what's your view of how the district is doing in serving the community today?
I believe it may need more work. For example, the website. I would say, we should have a website that's more positioned towards Sunset Empire Transit District. When you go on the website, it says northwestconnector.org instead of Sunset Empire Transit District. I feel like that might confuse people. And the website, it's very archaic, if you ask me. I feel like we could have more accessibility within it. I don't also know if you all know that the Transit Tracker app, you have to pay for that. And I don't think that would be a good opportunity for low-income individuals. It creates a barrier for them. So if we show them that there is a free Transit Tracker app, which actually TriMet uses the HOP app, and it's all free. So when you go into the HOP app, you can look at times, you can look at details of the stops, locations, all that jazz. For the Transit Tracker app, you really can't do that unless you actually pay for the service. So I would suggest that we move to something different. And then more stops. I feel like we don't have as many stops, and when you add more stops to the transit system, it creates growth within the communities. And if we don't have that growth, then our low-income individuals don't have that opportunity to go to more jobs and, be good community members providing good community service with them.
Thank you. And what skills do you bring to the Transportation Advisory Committee?
From former transit public safety to being a school administrator at Job Corps in Springdale, I understand that people need transportation. When I was a school administrator, I used to take my students out on the transit system to show them how to use the transit system. So it's kind of like the Transit Pal Sunset Empire has. I would show them, this is the trains, these are the numbers, this is how you track the times, these are the stops, and then the bus stops as well, because it's very confusing sometimes for people when they try to ride transit for the first time. So I feel like I could bring a lot of skills to that. And then being a really great representative of the community of Clatsop County, I work out of Providence Seaside Hospital in the community resource desk, so I see everybody every single day. If you come to Providence, you've probably seen me before sitting in the lobby. So, and everybody knows me, and I'm willing to help and take the extra mile for the community.
Okay, thank you. And I'll point out that on the application, you listed several areas that you could represent.
I did, yes. So whatever best fits me and best fits the district, I am willing to represent.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll point out that one of them is one of the required members for low-income individuals.
Yeah. I felt I was best because of the social services work that I do.
CCA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go backwards then. Let's interview Mel Jasmine. Why don't you come up to the hot seat, Mel?
I'm wondering why you sat up there.
We just have 3 little questions for you to get to know you.
Yes.
So, tell us why you want to serve on the SETD Transportation.
I've already put that in my paper. I'm involved with in a roundabout way. I'm the first vice commander of the Marine Corps League, and I'm also a member of the VFW, and in both cases, we're working on the idea of sending out more letters and more information to Marine Corps retirees and their families in reference to transportation on using the buses more. There's hundreds of people out there that we're trying to make contact with. It's nothing that you can do in one day or a month. It's just that we're doing the best we can to help our retiree Marines and families. And I think we picked up probably 10 or 12 new riders. So we're working on something on that. The advisory board, I sat on the advisory board some time ago, years ago. I don't remember the date now, but I left because there were trouble in the whole system that I didn't like, and I left. But otherwise, I would like to get back on that board. I'm retired. I don't do as many boards and things anymore. In fact, other than the Marine Corps Leagues and the Veterans of Foreign Wars and the things like that, I've got a lot more time. I mean, my wife passed away from cancer, so I take care of the home alone. So I'd like to do something that I think is helpful. If we don't have this transportation in this county, we're going to die. There are too many people out there that need help, and that transportation is major. So that's it.
Good deal. And what is your view of how SETD is doing in serving the community today?
Well, it's good, but you know, there's always this problem with money, and it's so hard to build on things that you want to do when you don't have the money and the funds. And you can't just turn it over like it says in the paper to a transportation committee from the governor and expect them to come up with all kinds of funds to help. It's boards like these that they can come up with the ideas of bringing income from volunteers. I mean, there are people out there that really want to help, but you have got to get the right information out, and you're not getting enough to the public. There's hardly anything in the paper really about what the transportation is really doing. So.
Thank you.
I better shut up.
No, you're doing just fine. You're doing just fine. And I think you probably answered this already, but what skills do you bring to the Transportation Advisory Committee?
Well, I got 34 years in the military and 30 years in law enforcement. I've retired in Portland and Astoria and the federal police in Roseburg, and so my 34 years in the military is stretched out in different things, including criminal investigator, and I've been in the Navy, Marine Corps, Army Reserve, National Guard, and I've served in all of them, and I have retirements from all four. And I've learned with working with so many people in different lives and things. So I think that I can concentrate more and try and help develop ideas that might help with the board. I don't know. So,
Okay, thank you, that's
Oh.
it.
okay, that's it?
Yes. You get to go back to your original seat.
Okay.
How's that? And I will just include that Mr. Jasmine marked off he could represent low-income individuals, disabled community, senior community, transit users, and social equity advocates. So, yeah. Okay.
And next, apologies if I don't do the pronunciation exactly right. Mitra Bazine?
You did just
Very good.
Okay. Well, yes, thank you, and thank you for putting in the application, we appreciate it.
on the
All of
11th
you.
hour. Thank you for the opportunity to interview.
So, you live in Astoria, is that correct?
That is
Astoria area? And we're going through the same questions. Why do you want to serve on the Sunset Empire Transportation District Transportation Advisory Committee?
Well, I received an email from Tita that I thought it may have a little urgency, so I responded to that. But I'm on the Board of Education at Clatsop Community College, and I personally did not realize how important public transportation was until we didn't have it a while back ago. And for that reason, I wanted to see how it impacts our students. But I didn't have time, but the next time we have a meeting, I would like to get data on how many college students take public transit and from which areas. So that was really important to me. Not that I didn't think about people having to go to work or people having to make medical appointments. So to me, it really became even more important.
And I'll point out that you listed the representation for educational institution
That is
on
correct,
your
yes.
application and,
Yes.
and your students. Thank you. And then the next question is, what is your view of how the district is doing serving the community today?
Well, again, there were negative comments and that, as we all know and we read in the paper what was going on, but fortunately right now it's very, everything I hear is positive with the appointment of the new commissioners, you know, so everything is going well, and that's one of the reasons that I decided to join, you know, to have the opportunity to be here.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
And then the last question, what skills do you bring to the Transportation Advisory Committee?
Yes, as having been a CEO and advisor, having been on budget committees and having made financial decisions and strategic decisions, I think an advisor or an advisory board needs those experiences, and because I work for job or as a center director, I know the nitty-gritty of what is involved with the commercial driver's licenses, gas, maintenance of, you know, maintaining the vehicles or giving the special rides like you have call a ride, you know, to Napa and those areas. So I'm familiar with all the challenges that's involved.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, and our last applicant is Brian Vituli, who is with us online. And so, good morning. Thank you for joining us, Brian.
Apologize for not being there in person.
Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, so why do you want to serve on the SETD Transportation Advisory Committee?
Sure. Well, I've been on the TAC for Sunset Empire, I believe, for the last year or two, at least getting through the fiscal year 2025, 2027 STIF formula fund process. And the arrangement that us 5 Northwest Oregon Transit Alliance members have is that we support each other in this process. We have a lot of experience that we feel we can share with our peers. So, for instance, I am on Columbia County Riders TAC. Chris, who is the director for their organization, is on my TAC. So when offered the opportunity to kind of re-engage with Sunset Empire's TAC, I jumped at the opportunity because I think there's a lot of good that can be had by supporting each other and helping us all work through the issues that we're all dealing with.
Okay.
Great, thank you. What is your view of how SETD is doing in serving the community today?
Well, that's a great question. I was only probably 2 or 3 months into my new role here. So sorry, I should have introduced myself. My name's Brian Vitulli. I'm the general manager with the Tillamook County Transportation District. So we are a neighboring transportation district down in Tillamook County. And I was only in this role for about 2 or 3 months before Sunset had their issues in mid 2023. And so seeing the impact of that and kind of how it had an impact on all of us neighboring transportation districts. I say you're much better than that situation a couple of years ago. I know there's a long way to go, and I know that you're kind of guiding the organization in that direction, and I applaud you for that. It is going to take some time, but I believe with all of us supporting each other, I think you've made great strides in the past. I think the direction you're going now with stable leadership, an engaged, stable board of commissioners, I think that will go very, very far in the long run. And I think you're on to great things. It seems like we just got our 2025-27 STIF plans approved, which we did. But now we're going to have to start that process all over again. So that probably puts you in a really good position to think about where you want to be in 2027, 2029. And I kind of look at it as a new start for you all. And if there's anything that I can do to help you with that through the TAC or any other engagement with David, I would love to do that.
Thank you. I think it's probably pretty obvious, but what skills do you bring to the SETD Transportation Advisory Committee?
Well, I have over 30 years in the transportation industry arena, all public sector experience, over 25 years in the public transportation sector, working with a large urban agency in Philadelphia, kind of a smaller urban bus system in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and now with a smaller rural transportation district. So a lot of experience with long, short-term planning, grants and grant management and reporting, marketing and public relations, team leadership, employee recruitment and development. And I think it's those skills, plus also knowing what our communities need. Your district is very similar to mine, and we have vulnerable populations that rely on our services every day to sustain their quality of life, for groceries, for education, medical appointments, and we're truly a life-sustaining, crucial part of the transportation infrastructure.
Wow.
Great. Thank you so much, Brian.
Sure. Thank you.
So these are our 5 applicants for the Transportation Advisory Committee. I personally am very, very impressed with the qualities, the knowledge, and the skills that these people bring with to assist us in SETD. I want to remind us of the state requires that a TAC have 5 members. And of those 5 members, there are 4 required constituencies. Public transportation, which has to be someone who is in another public transportation district, low-income individuals, disabled community, and senior community. The other constituencies that are suggested by the state but not required are local governments, employers, transit users, human service providers, social equity advocates, environmental advocates, bicycle and pedestrian advocates, users with limited English proficiency, and educational institutions. I think that Commissioner York would probably agree with the assessment I'm going to make and the proposal I'm going to make. I think that we would recommend that the following people be chosen, nominated, I don't know what appointed, thank you, to our Transportation Advisory Committee with the following, representing the following constituencies. Brian Batuli for Public Transportation Provider, Leah Griffith for Senior Community, Mel Jasmine for Disabled Community, Jonathan Niebuhr for low-income individuals, and Mitra Vizine for educational institutions.
Absolutely agree. I second that if that's a motion.
That was a motion. Thank you.
So the motion was made to appoint the 5 applicants for the positions as mentioned. Brian Matuli, Public Transportation Provider, Leah Griffith, Senior Community, Mel Jasmine, Disabled Community, Jonathan Niebuhr, Low-Income Individuals, and Mitra Vizine for Educational Institutions. Motion was made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner York. Further discussion? I would also say I'm impressed, and I'm very grateful for all of your commitments and a willingness to serve on this Transportation Advisory Committee. It is not the board. You are not elected officials. You are appointed. You still have to follow Oregon ethics laws. And this is a invaluable committee that we have not had active enough in our district for a while. And so thank you, and we look forward to your very engaged participation with discussions and meetings going forward.
And can I add that I'm impressed with every individual and appreciative of your willingness to serve. I'm also pleased with meeting the minimum 5, because 5 is not the required number, it's the required minimum number, and we will likely be looking for some additions. But there's such great diversity over all these categories, even though we're not checking off everyone this time, the required, but there is such different perspective that each of you will bring, that together we're going to get great analysis and great advice, I believe.
Any further discussion or comment from the board?
I would just like to applaud these folks who applied. And yeah, me too, I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Okay, with that, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of appointing these 5 members to our Transportation Advisory Committee in the positions as noted, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you and welcome to the Transportation Advisory Committee. You will be getting more information about procedures and
You mean the whole board?
Actually,
You didn't have one?
we didn't have a transportation advisory committee that is active right now, so we are reestablishing it, so yes, yes.
We do now.
Thank you.
I would like to make an additional comment, and that is that the current bylaws of this committee say that the committee has 8 members. We have just appointed 5, and what that means is that that's the quorum for this committee.
Yeah.
So this committee, in making any of their votes to advise the Board of Commissioners, needs to be unanimous. And it would be, I think, up to the committee at some point, probably during their first meeting, to decide whether to recommend that we reduce the required number to 5 in our bylaws, or we keep it at 8. And that'll have further ramifications in terms of continuing to attract more members to the committee.
In your ability to make decisions.
Yes. Yes.
Question.
Commissioner Stolber.
Do we plan to then open up another round of applications to get more members?
At this point, we're gonna schedule our first meetings with the TAC so that they can get underway and start their work, because we do have some stiff timelines, and it will be up to them to decide what sort of recommendations they'd like to bring to the board as far as their membership is concerned.
Very good.
So what they are going to need to start getting their feet under them is a set of bylaws and a basic orientation.
Yep. So we'll be scheduling an orientation for our new TAC committee. Thank you again. If you don't want to stick around for the rest of the meeting, you don't have to. However, there will be some valuable information being presented coming up here if you'd like to stay and participate. Brian, thank you for being here online, and we do understand you have a district to run, so if you do have to step off, we understand.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the strategic planning process presentation is the next thing on our agenda.
Did the agenda, doesn't the agenda include appointment of someone? Oh, that's later in the agenda. All right, okay. Okay.
You want to give it a brief introduction? Sure. The topic. So, all right, good morning. This is Mark Knudsen with a special SDAO, Special District Association. He has been selected to facilitate our strategic plan workshop that we'll be hosting on February 16th. So I asked him he could come in, meet with the board, kind of help do a little preparation, do a little homework. We'll follow this presentation with a presentation of our own to kind of provide some orientation on what we're doing in here, at the district. But for right now, it's going to be discussing what we're going to do for the workshop and a little bit of homework. All right. Mark.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Pleasure to be here this morning. And congratulations on your appointment of the advisory committee. That's awesome. That's really great. What I want to talk this morning about is, I found your question.
Mark,
yes,
absolutely. Can I interrupt you just for a second? I want to check with Jason. These slides are being able to be viewed for people that are online as well, or are they just in the room?
That is correct, Madam Chair. It is being shared online.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciated the question earlier in terms of the comment about special districts, and in a total coincidence, I actually have a couple of slides I want to talk about special districts, just so that we all have sort of an underpinning in terms of where we're coming from and how special districts fit into the important role and the service you provide. Then I want to talk about strategic planning as it relates to the roles and responsibilities of your board. I think it's really important to understand how this all fits together as part of the bigger picture of leading the organization. And then I will actually get to the issue that David promised I'll talk about, which is how and why we're going to do strategic planning and how that will go forward for your workshop on the 16th. And then we'll talk about your homework assignment. I will tell you, this is one of those kinds of projects where you're going to get out of it what you put into it. This isn't my project for you. This is your project. This is going to be your strategic plan. And to that end, I really want you to take some time to be prepared for the session that we're going to have on February 16th. With that, just a tad bit of background about special districts. And I believe in your packets you had this information. You're certainly welcome to follow along. And you're also welcome to interrupt me with questions. It's just going to add to the time that I take. But that's fine. Again, there's a list of the 34, 35 different kinds of special districts that we have in the state right now. You'll notice you immediately went to the transportation district, but without looking, the most common special district in Oregon is?
Fire.
Oh, you know, that's no fair.
You didn't limit me.
Yeah, fire. The second most common, without input from the chair, would be water and water-related services,
yeah.
right? Okay, and it includes sanitary, that kind of thing. So there's a bunch. How many? There's a total of about 1,000 special districts in Oregon right now, spread all across the state, even clear out in the southeast corner of the state. We have a special district. Obviously, they are concentrated in the valley and along the coast and population centers, but all around the state, total of about 1,000 special districts, providing these wide range of services. What is the Special District Association of Oregon, SDAO? You'll hear a lot about this in the coming month. I guess you're going, many of you or all of you are going to the conference, and so that's great. Again, we're basically a professional organization that supports, advises, provides resources for special districts throughout Oregon. I said there were 1,000, about 900 of those 1,000 special districts in Oregon are members of SDAO. We were originally started as an advocacy group. We've since evolved, and a key part of our service that we provide is that last bullet, insurance services. And so through the Special District Insurance Services and the trust that provides oversight for, we provide very low cost, very efficient insurance services to folks like yourselves. Within SDAO, we have this program called SDAO's Consulting Services Program. That's what I'm a part of. And basically we have experienced industry professionals. I love that term, experienced industry professionals. That means we're all old. But we bring a range of expertise. There's about a dozen of us that provide this kind of service based on our backgrounds. What we don't do is provide professional engineering, audit, or attorney services. Those are things you have to obtain on your own. But what we can do is provide management advice, guidance, support, oversight, training, assessments, and basically help you to do a better job at what it is that you do. Well, why do we do this? And we do this at a very low cost. We basically make no money. We are totally not profit. We barely cover our direct costs, much less our burdened costs. Why do we do that? To reduce your risk. Because again, we're your insurance provider, and so if we can help you be more effective in doing what it is that you do, ultimately you reduce the risk to the pool and everybody's happy. So we provide an investment up front to help make that happen. A tad bit about me, which is always embarrassing. Again, I'm a senior consultant with our team. I have over 40 years of public utility management experience. Before I joined SDAO 6 years ago, I was the CEO of Tualatin Valley Water District, which is the second largest water utility in the state. Before that, I was with the Director of Operations and Maintenance for the Portland Water Bureau. I was with Portland for 22 years. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of working with the city of Portland. I'm also a professional engineer. Try to not hold that against me, but what that means is I'm very organized and very rigid and regimented. Okay? Things are very straight lines and right angles. I have a very practical side in terms of water distribution, water treatment operator. I'm one of the few people in the state that's actually a certified operator as well as a professional engineer. to prove that I really don't have a life, that this is what I do, up until a little over a year ago, I was a board member for my local water provider. And so the moral of the story is I approach these issues not just from a manager or a technical perspective as a consultant, but I have your vision in mind as well. I really appreciate the challenges that you have as board members because I've been there, done that, have the scars to prove it. And so I want to sort of just acknowledge that there are different perspectives all around the table, and I'm trying to bridge the gap, and I've been there and shared those experiences. So let's talk about strategic planning a little bit. Before we dive into the how and why, I want to spend just a minute talking about the importance of you in this process. There are a lot of moving pieces associated with leading a special district. And we tend to focus at the top of the pyramid in terms of the services that you provide. Transit services, that's awesome. Each special district has their own kind of service that they provide. To provide that service, you have to have resources, labor, materials, equipment, the people that deliver those services. Those resources only happen because there's a budget, there's funding, there's financial backing associated with that. To have a vision for that budget, most organizations of your caliber have things like a facility master plan or a master plan, transit master plan, a financial plan in terms of how you're going to pay for it all, and an emergency plan on how to deal with the emergency situations. Those plans are really founded in policies and procedures for the organization. That really dictates kind of how and when and why we're going to provide the services that we provide. The strategic plan is really intended to sort of guide, shape, and lead the policies and procedures that then enable all of the rest of the pyramid of activities to happen. But the key piece, the moral of the story and the takeaway from this slide is that strategic plan is founded on you, the governance practices that you as a board practice in terms of helping to lead this organization. And so I want to spend just a minute, high-level overview of what we at SDAO consider some of the important governance best practices for an organization like yourselves, so that as you go into the strategic planning process, you can be thinking about how do we want to use our authority, if you will, to be able to guide the organization to achieve and fill out this whole pyramid. So the first piece, it always comes back to your statutory authority. You are an ORS 267 organization, and I deal with a lot of districts. I like to joke that of the 900 members we have, I think 450 of them have me on their speed dial. But the issue always arises that most board members don't take the time to read the statute that authorizes their very existence. And so, takeaway from this slide is please take the time to read your principal act. Take the time to just Google ORS 267 and up will pop a very boring document that will begin to sound pretty familiar to you. Take the time to read that cover to cover because it's the law. It's your guiding document that essentially establishes the authority of the powers of this board as well as the roles and responsibilities associated with serving on the board. So take the time to read ORS 267. I want to also encourage you to be sure and think in terms of the compliance with public meetings law. And you've got an awesome staff and they will coach you and guide you. But the fact of the matter is the reason that they're doing that is because it's the law, right? And it's particularly increased in visibility. About 2 years ago, the state legislature really amped up the compliance efforts associated with public meeting law. It's, again, if you want really boring, ORS 192, read that bad boy. Trust me, I have many times. So there's a bunch of ins and outs in terms of how we have meetings, what constitutes a meeting. There is now mandatory training associated with public meeting law. So since your organization has an annual budget in excess of $1 million, everybody on the board is required to attend public meeting law training at least once during your term of office. The really good news is at the SDAO conference, a really informed and thoughtful speaker is going to be presenting on this very topic. And
It's
so,
good deal.
yeah,
And
so
I'd like to just interject right
absolutely.
here. And part of our goal to try and getting the TAC committee appointed at this date was so that we could facilitate the TAC committee's attendance to this very training at the conference
It's
as
gonna
well.
be
So
awesome.
please hold the morning of February 5th, 9 to noon open on your calendar if you are able to. We will get in contact with you about getting you registered so that you can take this public meetings training law, because it is vital for you to have a successful within the law meeting when you do have a meeting.
Absolutely, positively. Yeah,
So,
thank you.
hold the date.
Yeah,
Carry on.
no, that's great. And the other takeaway with this is to be sure, and when in doubt, consult with your legal counsel or with the Ethics Commission, or both. The fact of the matter is there's significant consequences associated with the violations, like $3,000 per violation per board member, and those are personal expenses. That is not something the district can reimburse you for. And so it's really to your benefit to fully understand the significance of compliance with public meeting law. Next piece is really the board roles and responsibilities. And again, I told you I'm all about straight lines and right angles. I've been around public agencies literally my entire career. And I find it most helpful to think of it as this hierarchy. That the public is really sort of the supreme being, and they are the bosses in this particular organization. They have identified you as the board of directors or board of commissioners that will represent them through these important decisions that need to be made. You, in turn, have identified your chief executive officer to be able to then implement the direction that you provide. And it is the chief executive officer who is responsible for the awesome staff that you have pulled together to be able to actually implement and deliver the services that you intend. It really is, I'm sorry, but it is just that simple. And you fit in between the public and the general manager in terms of being able to make this thing happen. So everybody has a role. They're outlined there on the left. The public elects and appoints the board. The board establishes policy and direction for the organization. That's their role. It's not driving buses. It's not setting schedules. It's establishing policy and direction. And they hire the general manager, a vital role. The GM implements the policies established by the board, hires the staff, holds the staff accountable, and the staff then implements the general manager's direction. Now, there's one interesting piece with transportation organizations, very unique to transportation districts in Oregon, and that's in ORS 267. Again, if you read it, you would know this. ORS 267 specifies that the general manager of a district shall have full charge of the acquisition, construction, maintenance, and operation of the transit system. That basically, under statute, and it's very unique to transit agencies, the general manager is the doer, the maker it happens, the administrator of the entire organization, which is also to say your role as board members is to establish the policy and direction so that the general manager can go implement that. Your authority stops at providing direction to the general manager. Again, it's not about setting schedules or, so again, take the time to read that, be very clear. I get parachuted into a lot of districts that have challenges. Inevitably, they deal with board members who have overreached and are trying to move into dealing with the moving pieces of the organization. Please don't let that happen to you. Establish and follow and maintain board policies. I haven't reviewed all your policies. I don't think I need to. They probably need to be updated, I would be my guess. But the point is, have them. They are really your rules of the road that you're going to set for yourselves in terms of how you as a board conducts business, what the role of your officers are, how you're going to hold public meetings, your ethics constraints that you want to impose on yourselves beyond just what's required from the statute, how you communicate with the public, how you communicate with your staff. Policies really can become an essential tool. And again, when I get called into a mess, it's often because the policies either haven't been followed, haven't been maintained, or don't exist. Those board policies are really vital to the success of an organization. Also, establish, follow, and maintain administrative policies. There's a whole slew of them. I don't want to go through all of them, but I will tell you SDAO has this administrative handbook on the right that is surprisingly thick. It's like, over a half-inch thick of all the policies that need to be in place. And why is that important? I mean, I give this talk in Eastern Oregon and they say, well, you don't need all those stinking policies. And it's like, no, you really do. Because they make sure that you, as the board, get the information that you need to be able to make informed decisions. Your responsibility is to make those decisions on policy and direction, but you want it founded under solid data, solid information, and that's what those administrative policies make sure you have. The last piece, the sentence in italics, is really key. SDAO is just very adamant that board members need to use caution when exercising administrative power because of the potential for liability, workers' comp issues, staff morale issues, and other considerations. So just to reinforce it further, again, the board needs to focus on the policy and direction and let your general manager focus on the administration. Town attorney or other professionals, again, I deal with a lot of small organizations and they frequently say, oh, well, we can't afford that. No, I'm here to tell you, you can't afford not to. The fact of the matter is the expense associated with a mistake, a failure, an oversight, a lawsuit far exceeds whatever costs you might spend associated with legal or other professionals. And so please don't be shy about recognizing that you need professional help. And I mean that in a very appropriate context. Because again, it's money well spent. It's a very small investment when you compare that against the downside risk of a mistake that will cost the district and ultimately the insurance pool. So don't hesitate to ask for help. Board accountability, again, part of your role is to hold yourselves accountable. The public will ultimately hold you accountable as to whether you continue to serve on the board. But the fact of the matter is, if, given the challenges that I've laid out for you, understand that you need to hold each other accountable. Know that as a board, not one of you has any superpower. You are all limited by the power of the board. And to that end, it's the board that holds each of its members accountable. Now, the board can assign certain responsibilities. You assigned a committee to figure out what the technical advisory committee was going to be. That's awesome. That's entirely appropriate and as it should be. What we don't want is any one board member sort of going off the farm and making decisions unilaterally for the entire organization. Simply can't do that. And last but not least, to practice administrative accountability, which is to say you hold your general manager accountable for the performance of his role within the organization. Why do you do that? So stuff gets done. The general manager is the board's one employee. That's the real takeaway. You have one employee, he's sitting right here, and so hold him accountable for his performance, and you do that by making sure there's a current job description, making sure you've provided clarity in terms of the expectations for performance, and then conducting a periodic performance review. So make sure all of that happens to hold him accountable. All right. So again, that's how you round out this effectiveness framework. We focus on service, but the fact of the matter is it's all about how you as a board function and provide leadership to this organization. And this is my favorite personal quote. We've always done it this way is not a best practice. You don't know how many times I've heard, I go into a situation, well, why are you doing it this way? Well, we've always done it that way. And the fact of the matter is, we can help you find probably a better, more appropriate, and maybe even legal way to do some of the things you need to do. All right, let's talk about strategic planning. So why prepare a plan? Well, absolutely, yes.
We have new board members here who've been presented with doing a strategic plan in a month. So I was wondering if part of your presentation could be that they haven't been here long, how do they dive into this and able to come up with some recommendations? They're not going to have all the information at this point, and hopefully that the board packet will be available before February.
So the good news is, and I will get to this in a minute, strategic planning, as I'm laying it out for you, is never a one and done kind of process. It's going to be an ongoing iterative process. And so there may be some board members who aren't fully up to speed in the issues of the district, and to that end, that's okay. And in fact, I would say that's a value from the standpoint of, well, they're kind of bringing an outside perspective and haven't been jaded by the way we've always done it, right? Mm-hmm. And so I embrace that. I think that's a great opportunity. And it's, you know, there's no stupid questions. The fact of the matter is, let's just go with it, see what that brings to the table in terms of how we move forward with this. Because 3-5 years from now, David's going to lead you in another process to sort of now build on that 2026 strategic plan to update it for, say, 2030, something like that. So there's not just one bite at this apple.
Thank you.
So why prepare a plan? Well, it gives us focus in terms of where we want to get to as an organization, which is really providing the direction for the organization. Increases internal alignment. That's really a key piece to make sure that the policy and the resources that you need to achieve that direction you've identified are available to you. Increases efficiency, which is to say we're all pulling in the same direction. And to that end, it's going to be a whole lot more effective than if everybody's pulling in opposite directions. And so this is going to be the board's strategic plan to get the organization moving in the direction that you have in mind. It is also an amazing tool to help grow the culture of an organization. Because again, you're setting the direction. David's going to be taking that direction and implementing it through his team. Now the whole team knows where we're going as an organization. And that's really essential in terms of making sure everybody has the same expectation in terms of the organization. And last but not least, it increases accountability. I mean, you set the direction, you set the policies that are necessary to achieve that direction, and now it's time for you and your accountability role to make sure that the organization is moving in that direction and kind of getting it. What planning is or should be is a process. It's an ongoing process. It's not a one and done product that sits on the shelf. It's collaborative. It's going to be a team effort. Everybody's going to participate through this process. It's iterative, as I mentioned. It's going to get updated over time. We're going to get the ball started on the 16th of February, but the fact of the matter is this is going to be hopefully a multi-year process that you repeat over time. I used to say lather, rinse, and repeat, but that's something else, I think. It's a hair-challenged individual that says that. It can be visionary in terms of where we want to be in the future. It could be a 20-year plan if you want it to be. Some folks are very tactical. We need to do these 4 things in the next 2 years to be able to achieve success. That's fine. It can be both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can really be both. Should be goal-focused. Where are we going? And outcome-driven. What do we want to see when we get there? And if we can do those things, then we've got a very successful planning process. So I tend to simplify things, and pardon me if you are sort of embarrassed by this, but the fact of the matter is I liken strategic planning to basic navigation. It really starts with figuring out where are we. That's really what we want to understand is where are we starting from as this organization. You're going to tell me where we're going. So we're going to go from A and we want to get to point B. We're going to do a little research along the way and try and identify that there's maybe some rocks or maybe some trees in the way to get between A and B. And we're going to put together a plan of how we will get there so that we navigate that path to go from A to B. And if your organization is anything like my family, you're going to get about halfway there and somebody in the back seat's going to say, it's probably one of you folks, somebody in the back seat's going to say, well, are we there yet? And so we want to at least equip you with the tools that would allow, it's a big question mark that didn't fill in there, but we want to equip you with the tools to start thinking about, are we there yet? What progress are we making towards our goal? So how we're going to do that with Sunset Empire Transportation District is, first of all, we're going to just take a minute to define things. We're going to update your vision, mission, and values. We don't have to deal with all three, but we want to take just a quick visit of vision, mission, and values to make sure we kind of have a shared vision for the organization and the services that the district provides. We want to do an assessment called a SWOT process, and I'll describe that in a second. The real focus of the workshop on the 16th is going to be to identify the board's goals and priorities. That's really where we're going, what's most important to this organization. And then as sort of with partnership with David, the district's actually going to prepare the implementation plan of how you get there. So this is kind of a tag team effort. And then it's really going to be up to you, the board, working with David, to get those routine updates and progress reports so you can decide, are we there yet? Again, I mentioned that it's an ongoing process, so we're going to start at the top in terms of defining the setting. We're going to do this assessment through the SWOT process. We're going to continue to move around through goals and priorities. Then I'm going to hand it off to David, and we're going to work together to provide some implementation planning. You're going to hold yourselves accountable. There, that sounds familiar. Hold yourselves accountable for the progress updates. And in 3 to 5 years, you're going to do it all again. It's an ongoing process. And the workshop on February 16th is going to include that, defining the setting, making the assessment, and the goals and priority review. So, defining the setting, that's really just kind of understanding the lay of the land. I've outlined what vision, mission, and values typically means to a strategic planner. You have currently a mission statement, and I didn't include it in the presentation, but it kind of encapsulates both the vision, mission, and values of the organization. And maybe that's all you need, but I want to make sure that we spend some time checking in. Is that current? Does that really reflect what your values and your mission, what you see as the mission for this organization? So it's just a quick exercise just to make sure that whatever mission statement we have is current, or if you want to elaborate on that, we can do that. Then we're going to do this thing called a SWOT. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I like to call it the unvarnished truth about what's working and what's not working. Basically, just a check-in of what you know about the organization. What do we want to see in the future? What's holding us back? Who are our allies? I mean, we heard Brian from Tillamook. I'd say that's a pretty key ally. But who are our adversaries? Who's sort of throwing rocks in the road that could slow us down? We need to think about what those things are, and then begin to really identify what our future needs are going to be. That becomes the foundation for goal setting. So SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Oops. On the left, on the left you've got strengths and opportunities. Those are helpful factors. On the right, the yellow and red, weaknesses and threats. Those are harmful factors. Those are kind of negatives. If you slice it the other way, in terms of layers of the cake, there are internal factors that are within our control, strengths and weaknesses, and external factors, opportunities and threats. And so we want to just capture those 4 dimensions that affect this organization so that you can build a plan that's responsive to all of those. Build on your strengths. Make sure that you're addressing your your threats and weaknesses as an organization. Same information said a different way. Then we're going to go into goal setting. What is a goal? It's an aspirational statement of what we should accomplish or what we want to be. And so you're going to get some homework to start thinking about that here in a second. Sometimes strategic planners will tell you, well, let's focus on SMART goals. A SMART goal is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. We don't have a lot of time or energy for this planning process, so I'm not going to impose that on you, but I do want you to think in terms of, well, what are your goals for this organization? In an ideal world, they would be all of these things in terms of specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. The bottom line is, what do you, as a board, want to identify as your goals for the next 3 to 5 years? Then we're going to prioritize them. Because if you have all these goals and you say, well, they're all important, then the fact of the matter is none of them are important. If everything is important, nothing is important, right? And so I'm going to hold your feet to the fire to really come away with clarity in terms of what is most important to you as a board in terms of the direction for this organization and the goals that you want to have. Again, engineer, straight lines, right angles. Did I mention that? The fact of the matter is, I think of things, and I've dealt with these kinds of issues my entire career. Some things are important. Some things are urgent. Some things are both. This analysis, and I didn't realize it until just recently, was actually developed by Dwight Eisenhower. I have two kinds of problems, urgent and important. All too often the urgent isn't all that important and the important isn't all that urgent. And so what I want to do is work with you to be able to focus on that top right-hand corner, the stuff that's of highest importance and highest urgency. That's where we're going to really make the difference in terms of moving the needle, moving this organization forward. If all we did was pick the low-hanging fruit on low importance and low urgency, we probably wouldn't turn the ship. Okay? I'm going to take all that information, boil it into a report. It's going to be a draft that I'll review with David and his team, and then a final, and that will then set the stage for the work that David is going to do in terms of preparing an implementation plan and how we will get there. District prepared plan on how to achieve the goals and priorities. Now, why do we make this handoff? The fact of the matter is, I'm not a transportation implementer, but you happen to have one on your staff. And so David is the expert, along with the team that you have, to be able to figure out the best way to build policies, budget items, whatever it takes to be able to achieve the goals that you've identified. So it's really a partnership. I'll work with you to get the goals fleshed out and priorities, and then David will pull together the document that will tell us how we're going to make that happen. That becomes the implementation plan, if you will, to be able to realize the goals that you've identified. And then it's up to you in terms of how you want to structure the routine progress reports to assess the progress that you're making. Typically, most boards do that through a routine update. Maybe it's quarterly updates from the general manager in terms of progress on the strategic plan. But the strategic plan update becomes a regular agenda item for one of your meetings periodically. John Wooden, UCLA basketball coach, amazing leader of individuals. And he had this comment that I think is so important. Don't mistake activity for achievement. You can be very busy. You've got a lot of things on your plate these days, but the fact of the matter is, planning process that we're talking about is going to allow you to focus on those things that you really want, that will design and designate achievements for this organization so that you can make progress moving forward. Next steps, homework. So I think it was in your board package, but I have a handout, all right? Does anybody need the handout? You got your homework assignments?
I'll take the handout.
Yeah, good one.
Then I
Take
have
one
something
too.
to scratch on. Good deal.
Pass those down, just for
Couple of
Brennan's.
years, maybe.
Might as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how to finish. Okay.
All right, we're good? All right. So, the workshop is on the 16th. You'll be hearing from staff in terms of where, when, so on. But please give me the whole day if you can. I mean, we'll probably start at like 9-ish and go till 3 or 4, something like that. So, and it'll go as long as you want to go. This district's going to provide lunch, coffee. I'll need a lot of coffee. It's great.
Okay.
Some will say, no, Mark, you've had enough. The agenda will basically consist of this in terms of reviewing the vision, mission, values. Then we're going to do this SWOT exercise, do some goal setting and priorities. It's going to be just that simple. Now the homework assignment. The first thing I want you to do is review the first page of that handout to make sure you understand what your assignment is. And then I want you to think in terms of, okay, I know what the current mission statement is. Does that reflect what I want this organization to be in the future? Is that what we're all about? And does that meet the needs? Now I want to caution you because I've been through vision, mission, values sessions, and it takes all day. That's not what we want to do. We're not going to do that, and I'm not going to let you do that. We're going to spend basically an hour thinking in terms of, is this the right vision, mission, and values? And if you tell me, gee, that existing mission statement, which is provide safe, reliable, relevant, and sustainable transportation services to Clatsop County with professionalism, integrity, and courtesy, that checks all the boxes. I'm good. But it needs to be your decision. And if you want to provide additional changes, refinements, think in terms of, well, we really need a vision, then we can do that. On the second page of the handout, I've provided some examples of other vision statements. I've provided examples of other mission statements and other value statements. But again, I would also observe that you've encapsulated in your current mission statement a lot of those pieces, and so maybe it's adequate for what we need. But I want to make sure you own it at the end of the day on the 16th. Next homework assignment is the SWOT exercise. Again, I want each of you to, between now and the 16th, think about what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of this organization. Some of you that are new to the board, it's like, I don't know. That's great. I respect that. That's fine. But remember, you're bringing an outside perspective that maybe hasn't been heard within the organization before, and that would be useful input as well. And so I gave you, on the third page of the handout assignment, just a table, a really simple table. Just write down half a dozen items. They can be one word, doesn't need to be a big narrative, in terms of what you think are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats associated with Sunset Empire Transportation District. I would also ask staff to be thinking about that, and whoever on your management team you want to share that with, bring all that information. It will save a lot in terms of increasing the efficiency of the meeting on the 16th, because otherwise what's going to happen is we'll all be sitting around and saying, well, I don't know, what do you think? And it's like, no, I need you to do your homework so that we can capture this information, put it up on a screen or a board, and you can look at it and say, wow, I hadn't thought about that. That really is something we ought to think about in terms of building a plan to address that, whatever it is. Or we should build on that foundation of the strengths that we have. We have great employees. Build on that. So do your homework, think about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of this organization, and bring this sheet to the session on the 16th.
Mark, I would like to add something.
Yes.
You just gave the new commissioners an out, and I'm going to retract that. And
Yeah,
say,
there you go.
You do not have an out, because these questions should be answered from your perspective at this time. So what you know and how you feel about it and the feedback that you've gotten from your constituents and your public all plays into this, and your perspective at this time. So there is no right or wrong answer. There is an answer for everything. So
Yeah,
thank
absolutely.
Required participation.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Did I mention everybody's going to participate? And then last but not least, homework assignment with suggested goals. You're going to have gone through this SWOT process and thought about your sort of perception in terms of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. What goals would you like to see this organization establish? And so you're bringing proposed goals to the table for the session on the 16th so that we can all sort of think about that. We're going to put them up on the board. We're going to go through an exercise, and I'll probably use dots. That's my favorite tool. Makes for some great conversation. And don't anybody ask me, well, can we put more than one dot on an item? Or can we, like, trade dots? You know, it's always fun. At any rate, we're going to go through that exercise, and we're going to try to prioritize the goals that are up on the board. I've used this a lot with very large organizations, and magic happens near the end of the day. We will identify what the highest priority activities were. We're going to kind of goals, and we're going to then provide a really thumbnail sketch of what we think those are. And then we're going to turn the whole thing over to David to figure out how to make that happen. So again, think in terms of what are the goals? Are they important? Are they urgent? What makes them important? What makes them urgent? Why? Give me the why. That's a goal for this organization. And then are there any prerequisites? Is there stuff that has to be done before we can get to? Some of those do have prerequisites, I'm sure of it, but be thinking about what that is. All right, I gassed on and on with a lot of information and gave you a homework assignment, and I'm stuck. Oh, my battery died. Can you flip to the next slide? There we go. If you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. This is all about really giving you a roadmap so that you can get to the future that you envision for your organization. And that's really what I want to help you accomplish.
So I want to ask some baseline questions, just to put them on the table so we're all discussing this at the same level. At this point in time, this is being framed as a board strategic planning session. So I'd like to have the board ask the questions, discuss what that means.
So I do believe it is our responsibility as the board to do the work and to come to the decisions. However, today we have interviewed some really strong people for our Transportation Advisory Committee. And I think we also have some strong management staff. I would like to suggest that we invite them to participate, and we need to define what that participation would be. But I don't expect that anybody that is on the TAC has to participate, but has the opportunity to give input. And maybe the opportunity is to sit in on the session and be able to be recognized with some ideas. Maybe that opportunity is that they get a copy of what we have and they can send their ideas and thoughts to us to be put into the mix of everything. With staff, I think that they should actually be at the session. Again, we should get, in my opinion, we should get as much advice from as many people as possible, and not to belabor the process, but our management staff are the professionals in this. And they certainly know things that we don't know about our constituents and about users of the system, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like for the board to issue an invitation to endorse management staff attending and participating, and to issue an invitation to our TAC members to participate.
I think it's a great idea. The logistics needs to be outlined so you don't have chaos.
Well, that's
his job.
That's his job. As long as he's
That's Mark's job.
willing to manage that.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, boy. No, we'll make it work, and I'll
I
work
think
with
that-
David to make sure that it happens.
One-
Again, I just, I will tell you that the complexity of a process like this goes up exponentially with the number of people that are involved.
Well, I just
But-
want to make a kind of a framing question. One of the reasons why I brought that up is because normally the board would have had input from a TAC committee throughout the year preceding this, and we would have knowledge of their input and goals and visions of what they see from the Transportation Advisory Committee. Normally, a full board would have had more opportunity to interact with more of the staff in their reports and things throughout a year preceding, or at least 6 months preceding. And that hasn't happened for this board. So I think that this is a valuable opportunity for this board to really take a crash course in the district priorities, things that are going on, at more input, more perspectives, and it is in your hands to frame where that input lies and how it gets framed in the discussion.
Understood, and we'll make
If
it work.
the rest of the board is in agreement with that. Commissioner York.
I also really appreciate input from users, experts in the field, managers. I've facilitated a lot of these kinds of things too, and I also am going, oh no.
Right.
So what I would like to say, and I'm not saying that this is possible yet, is to have that data, to have folks' ideas, especially when I look at strengths, opportunities. I have a hard time with that, and so hearing from especially managers and folks on the TAC who have a lot of experience, maybe not directly here at this time, but that's really useful to me. It's also useful to me to have the board talk with one another. Happy to have folks watching that and maybe contributing some questions. But that policy level, this is what sets the policy level, not the operations. And so I don't particularly want to be in a process that David leads. I should be using last names, but I'll get there someday. With his staff about the how-to piece. That's not my role. But I do really want to be able to engage with the other board members about those policy levels. So data is great, in-depth discussion is great, understanding again that taking more time to do it doesn't necessarily mean a better product. So, you have to move through the steps. So that's my dilemma. I want information, but I also particularly want to hear how my fellow commissioners feel about that information and where to go with it.
I want to offer two observations, and one is, in a more traditional, this is a relatively abbreviated strategic planning process. We've kind of jammed it in to fit a budget and a timeline so that you can move forward. In a broader strategic planning session, we'd include a public information element as part of that. We'd have an opportunity for community input, to come in and provide those SWOT ideas as part of the process. We're not doing that, and part of the reason for that is because you're representing the community, right? You're the community's voice. So just be thinking in terms of that, and if you want to involve the staff and others, the TAC as part of that process, that's fine, we'll make that work. But the other piece to bear in mind is, again, this is a circular process. This is not a one and done. The fact of the matter is, you're really sort of setting up a process by which in a couple of years you could repeat the whole thing. You'll have more experienced board members at that point. You'll have a TAC that's better well seasoned. Maybe at that point you want to think in terms of a community component to the process. And so I'd encourage you to think in terms of not seeking perfection, if you will, but really just getting the ball rolling so that we can kind of give ourselves a tool for thinking strategically and getting things moving forward so that we can revisit this in the future.
Okay. In the interest of time, let me summarize maybe how we can move forward, because this has taken up a little bit more time than we had allocated for it. Not that we shouldn't have, but we need to move the meeting along. We don't want to run out of time for all of the other things on our agenda. I would suggest that the board invite the management team and the TAC committee to fill out the same homework assignment that we've been given, so that we have that data. And if the TAC committee is available to attend the strategic planning session, they're invited to attend it. Not required. It's a lot of time. It's a commitment, but to let us know. But at the very least, that we have the opportunity to receive their input in writing.
Yeah,
so
I think that
With the
is that okay?
deadline. With the deadline.
Yes, we'll get that out. So if I could just get a nod from everybody so we can proceed in that way, I think that's
good.
okay. And we want to get this wrapped up because we are running out of time.
Oh, yeah.
Understood.
Anything further?
No, I'm good. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
we're
I look
excited
forward to
for this.
Seeing
Thank
you
you.
on the 16th. Do
Okay,
your
any
homework.
other questions for Mark before he
Good presentation.
exits stage left?
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Here,
See you
take one
next
more.
week.
Thank you.
2 weeks.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yes, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Personal breaks. So we'll be re-adjourn at, we'll start the meeting, to reconvene at 11:20, what is that, 4?
11:04.
It is 11:26.
We got lots of stuff.
And we've still got a lot of stuff on our agenda. So the next item on the agenda is the strategic plan foundational abbreviated presentation. Thank you. Take it away.
The purpose of this was to give you background on what we do, so you can look into the insights of what pieces of the organization, how we perform, and what we do. So this is a 50-slide presentation that we're going to do like 2 of them each. We're going to go really quick. And so we're going to start with my sections, being the executive director. So we are really about creating a culture. Since I've been here 6 months, we're doing a lot of outreach. I'm going to talk about the senior management team, our fiscal strategy, operations, planning, innovation, and data. So that's me in the bridge. We attended a training class together with Pacific County across the river. We'd never gone across the river. We never met with them. And it was not only Pacific County, but it was all the regional transportation agencies in the region of Southwest Washington. So what we're trying to do is understand our larger role, but at the same time we really have to look at what we do internally. You know, we really have to change our culture. So the attitude, what we say to each other and to the community is important. And because it's a small town, what we say resonates throughout the whole community. So when I'm talking to you or I'm talking to you, we might be joking and talking about something or complaining about something. That word goes around this community very quickly. We're going to train for the future, power staff, and we want to be better. I've done a lot of outreach, gone to a lot of different council meetings, board meetings, worked with Clatsop and a lot of other agencies. We attend the parades, other things. We've been in the media. We've been really fortunate the media was really receptive to us. I did a number of interviews when I started. Our micro-transit project got a lot of interviews. So we've been really putting out a lot of information in the community, creating a positive message, creating a positive environment. And with our new executive assistant, we're going to be doing a lot more. I don't know who those clowns are, but we continue to do a lot of outreach and mobility. Oop, I want to skip them. This is the new senior staff. So Sarah has been with us 2 weeks. Sam's been with us 3 weeks. Yeah. Jason's been with us 22 years. And then Jennifer and Kelly have been here. So fiscal strategy.
Jennifer, how many years have you been here?
10.
Kelly, how long have you been here?
5.
Thank you.
So we're going to go after grants. We're going to be modeling for predictability, and we're going to take a collaborative approach, starting with a strategic plan, TAC committee, and staff empowerment. This is just finance, operations. Wow. You have 2 minutes left?
Okay. So
everything you want to know about operations in 2 minutes.
The right moves it forward, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm Jennifer Geisler. I'm your Chief Operations Officer. And as we just asked, I've been here 10 years. I started out as a temporary driver. I used to drive school bus, and now I get to oversee the operations. So this is our operations and staff, and in front of one of our brand new buses that we just acquired this year.
Just skip over that.
Go
Yep,
through.
yep,
Oh. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, now here we are. So I'm just gonna go through this really fast, ask questions at the end, and just point out some of the high things. So we provide complimentary service and meet diverse community needs. Fixed route and our ride assist, which is the curb to curb, they complement each other. Organization structure. Operations does not work in isolation. We all work as a unit, and all the 8 pieces that make up SETD. And so operations is a big piece of what we do, but we do not work in isolation. Safety and compliance. Safety is our top priority in everything that we do. Ongoing safety trainings, incident tracking, review.
We have compliance with the FTA, ODOT, ADA compliance, drug and alcohol requirements because of safety sensitive jobs and CDL requirements. Technology, fixed route, so technology integration, excuse me. EcoLane, we have a lot of technology that we use. EcoLane is our auto scheduling for our curb-to-curb service. Our GTF transit app for rider transparency. Swiftly, MotoTrax, our camera system for on our vehicles and our facilities for safety, compliance, and real-time oversight. Fixed route service and ridership. Fixed route service is stable. 5 routes serving key corridors and communities. Excuse me. Ridership trends inform service and operational decisions. The graphs in your monthly reports kind of gauge us on where our ridership is, and a lot of things dictate why it increases and decreases. That ridership graph that you see in your monthly reports. On demand, ride assist service, it's curb to curb. It services our most vulnerable in our community. It also provides service where we don't provide fixed route service, so out in the east end of the county, on Miles Crossing, John Day. So there is on-demand service. That's the dial-a-ride. And this is all scheduled service. Microtransit, fleet assessment. Our fleet supports diverse service needs. Fixed route, our on-demand, our admin, and our support equipment. Our total fleet currently is 28 vehicles. So we have to, there's preventative maintenance required, and then there's breakdown maintenance. And these are things that we have to try and plan for and then manage those. Facility management, infrastructure is critical in a reliable service. Transit center, where we're at, we have Warrenton operations maintenance facility, which is where we house all the vehicles. Vehicle storage, equipment supporting for safety, maintenance, and communications, because we all have to communicate throughout the whole county. And so there's multiple ways that we're doing that. Shelters and our bus stops directly affect our rider experience. And so we have to clean and maintain and provide shelters where there's high ridership and create safe, accessible spaces for our riders. Performance matrix, communication. Yes?
So I would say, let's go over your most important things.
Okay.
And board and everybody else, this information is in the packets, so you're able to review this. Unfortunately, this is a lot of really great information, and it's not with pleasure that I do this, but let's hit the highlights. Yes. The board can review what's in the packets. This is also available online on the website and the board packet there. Because we have some other business we are also going to have to get to. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. So the biggest thing in the end is our strategic focus and closing. I just want to really emphasize emphasis on that safety, performance, and reliability are what guide what we do every day. And so I really appreciate, the mission that's been put on the board, and that helps us drive what we do every day and who we're doing it for. So SETD remains dedicated to providing safe and reliable and sustainable transportation. Through strategic investment in infrastructure, technology, and our most valuable asset, which is our people, our riders, our community, we will continue to meet those evolving mobility needs and the community. So together, we're going to build a transit system that connects communities, enables economic opportunity, enhances those qualities of the life of Clatsop County. So, thank you.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for operations or the director at this point? Okay. All right. So we will be able to have an opportunity to touch on these things again that are in the packet and that were in past packets that were strategic planning things in the strategic planning sessions again. So these are great reference points to look back at for that. So we're on to new business. Potential impact from Oregon Senate Bill 179. So Oregon Senate Bill 179 is the opt-in for the recreational immunity. This was brought to our attention. The recreational immunity was passed last year, but they did not include special districts. And so in order to get that protection, we would have to opt in. At this time, the board doesn't have any property that we own that would constitute as being open to the public and being a path, but I want us to be aware of this so that if we were to need to opt into this, that we would be looking at that. Do you have any questions?
Do we have a deadline that we have to opt in by? I don't think that it's open forevermore to opt in like next year or the year after.
I am not sure about what the deadline is. Where is it? I'm looking sections 1 to 3.
My thought is, even though it might not affect us by virtue of what do we own, this is an extra protection for us. Mm-hmm. And I think that we should opt in.
And I do too. I mean, as long as you don't need to own property to be able to sign on, because this is very important, because there are areas that lawsuits you can see possibilities of happening, and that we should support walking and not having jurisdictions be sued.
And this protects our taxpayers. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to make a motion for us to opt in, for SETD to opt in to take on the
Bill 179.
Thank you.
Senate Bill.
Senate Bill 179.
Seconded.
Motion was made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Stolberg to have Sunset Empire Transportation District opt in to the options of Senate Bill 179 and authorize the appropriate person to sign.
Correct.
I thought the chair would sign something like this.
Okay.
That's not a...
But you still have to give specific authority to sign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Authorize the chair to sign.
Okay. Any discussion?
Great.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion, the chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Moving along, urban renewal area amendment response. Refer to the item in your packet. So I received an email from Director Carr regarding the urban renewal expansion proposal by the city of Astoria and requesting our support. And I referred him to putting this on our agenda because this is not the board, one person can sign off. It's always a board decision. I requested that he draft a response so we would have something actually to look at, to discuss, rather than having another step in the process and having another meeting be necessary. So what is drafted is based on my recommendation. Special districts has been in a, let's just say, awkward position frequently with urban renewal districts, as they are notified but not actually required to be in the discussion or approve or disapprove of urban renewal districts. This affects our tax base, this affects the tax monies that the districts receive, and frequently also impacts the desired amount of services from especially transit districts at the same time. This is a great example of it, and I will say that I just want to really emphasize that the Sunset Empire is not opposed to the housing development and the increased housing from my perspective. However, along with increased housing, especially affordable and workforce housing, often comes increased demands for transit. And especially in this environment where transit is asked to perform and perform at the same time as funding keeps being limited or discussed being limited, it is important, in my opinion, that we voice our concerns with that situation, that money's being potentially cut at the same time as expanded services desired. Commissioner Montero.
So let me make sure that I and everybody else understands exactly what this is. When a city or a taxing district decides to have an urban renewal area, they, I believe, are required to go to other taxing districts that tax in the same area and let them know that they want to do that. It's a way for that taxing district to build funds up so that they can improve that urban renewal area. But what it means is that the other taxing districts that collect taxes from that area have to freeze their tax level for X number of years, which in essence means that for so many years, we, SETD tax district, would not have, would not get some of the taxes, and that's the property taxes that we would not be getting. The purpose behind it is always good. It's urban renewal, it's improvement, etc. What I see is we would have frozen, we would be frozen at this year's tax level, I guess. And if the tax levels go up or if the property values go up, etc., we would not have that money at our disposal until, well, we wouldn't have that money at our disposal. When the urban renewal district actually effects its urban renewal, the SETD taxing district will have higher demands on the bus system because this is for housing. And we're not opposed to people getting housing, except that we're running for a period of time with money that we can't get. And when it finally happens, extra demands made on us, and we don't have extra money for those demands. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is you echoed my interpretation and my concerns, Commissioner Teeple.
Are you saying that the dollar figure would be frozen or the percentage rate would be frozen? Because if your house is increased in value every year and the percentage remains the same, the tax paid increases. So which is it? Is it the dollar amount is frozen or the percentage rate is frozen?
Well, we happen to have the expert in the room. Ryan, if you'd like to come up, this is exactly the opportunity and the question that I was hoping you would, if you would actually be over here,
sure.
so that you can be on the camera and people can answer. The microphone's right here.
Hi everyone, my name is Ryan. I work for the city of Astoria. I was the one who sent out the notice for this, so I've been kind of leading this project for our Astoria City Council. It's a great question. It freezes that amount, not the percentage. So it freezes, like, say the frozen level was like $100. That's what it freezes at. The next year, if it were to increase by 2% or whatever, the urban renewal agency would be getting that 2%, so that $2 or whatever. So essentially you would be frozen still at getting that $100. You just would not be getting what your tax incremental funding would be, that increase every year.
And how many years are you intending for this urban renewal area?
So this is for Astor East. Astor East has actually been around since 1980. So it's been around for a while. It should be reaching its maximum indebtedness, which is its total amount accrued within the next 8 years, 2034. What this proposal is proposing is that we amend the current boundary or map to include 2 properties, one currently owned by the county, and then one that would be the Copeland Commons area in downtown Astoria. It is worth noting that currently, no one receives property taxes off the Clatsop County one because that is owned by the county, obviously. And then the other one being the Copeland Commons area, that will be converted into affordable housing, which gets naturally a tax reduction because it's owned by a 501c3 nonprofit and is kind of taken off the tax rolls in that regard. So it was the city's intent in particular to help fund these two avenues for housing development in a way that we were hoping wouldn't really significantly impact our fellow taxing district partners in the area. And like I said, since at the county, no one's receiving property tax on that. The idea actually for that one is to help with the development of that space through our urban renewal funding. And then when that eventually happens, turns into a multi-family type project, we would then be able to make that, hopefully, this is just a goal, be a, something that would be on our tax rolls. That would actually no longer be owned by the county or the city or anything. And that would actually be then something that we would all, as taxing districts, be able to get funding from. So, goals like that.
So what was the time period?
Commissioner York.
In my understanding, that there's sort of a twofold purpose in using tax increment funding. That it's projects that can enhance the community economic development, that kind of piece. Then on the tax side is that after it's reached maturity, whatever that level is called, hopefully with that property improvement, when it comes back on rolls, that there is more money that would not have happened becoming in on the in taxes, in property tax.
No, you're right.
That benefits the community by benefiting the taxing authorities within that area. So there can be a short term as in 20 years or whatever it is, slower increase in tax revenue with the intended goal that there will be increased tax revenue long term because that property has been developed or improved and developed in that way. Yeah, no, you're right. We, at least for this, the metaphor for it is like, the rising tide raise all boats kind of thing. Like if we, especially with urban renewal development, if you help develop an area, like for example, these are really two good properties that are currently being unused and are, but if you convert them into very usable active spaces, that will naturally increase the assessed property value and of the area around it, as well as then raise property taxes for that as well. So. And I have a second question. This is the one that I said in advance, and I don't know whether you would have it or David would have it. But are there other taxing districts that are speaking to the county in opposition to this? I have not received any notifications from any other taxing districts. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Montero.
So from what you just said, it sounds to me like we've already been frozen for the last 8 years from the original urban renewal area. So we've been frozen actually for the original urban renewal area, correct, since 1980. So that was when it was first established. Astoria East was. There's been some amendments along the way that have expanded the boundary. This would be the most recent one and probably the last one because of just how it works. We're expecting that from 8 years from now, we should be reaching our maximum indebtedness level, which means we've capped out how much we can raise in our urban renewal, and then that area will essentially no longer be gathering taxes, and that would go all back to the taxing, everyone, including the city as well. So since 1980?
Correct, for Astoria East, yeah. That was when it was first founded.
It's a long, long time to be frozen tax level.
Yeah, so this area, how it was built and stuff like that, you have to think a lot of the properties actually within Astoria East are nonprofits and stuff like that. So it's been a very slow build over the years to reach that maximum indebtedness level. A good example of one that reached it much sooner was actually we also had one called Astoria West, and that got dissolved because it reached its maximum indebtedness like 5 years ago and was made like in the 90s. So that just shows like based on the properties within and their uses how that can affect how much gets accrued.
So I have one other question, and that is if our taxes have been frozen for this length of time, there's been some money accumulating, and there's an intent for that money, and certainly the intent of increasing housing brings more people and more use of the transit district. Is there a possibility, and I totally don't know this, or whether it's within the realm of possibility, is there some kind of arrangement or process by which the increased use of transit and the increased need for transit can be funded out of any of the money that's been getting stored away for this project? Because it goes hand in hand. You add houses, you're going to be adding demand.
Yeah, that's a good question. So Chapter 457 of the ORS establishes basically uses for urban renewal funding, as well as all the other things for what an urban renewal area can do. To answer your question, no, that's considered an operational cost. These funds are more intended for permanent, structural uses within those areas.
Well, permanent structural use would be bus shelters.
No, for sure. So that in essence would be an acceptable use within the Astor area. So if you wanted to apply for that, or we have a process in which you all could apply for that through Astor East and Astor West, and then you would be happy to coordinate on the usage of those funds to try to build those there. But as long as it has to be a permanent thing, not operational. I meant hiring staff.
Yes, yeah.
So no,
and
it's a
I
good
was
question.
looking at,
for sure.
I was looking at
Commissioner Stolberg.
So currently, is there an increase in housing in those two areas that you mentioned? And if there isn't, is there planning approved for that?
So there's two projects the city's currently working with. One of them is first the Copeland Commons one. That is a nonprofit that is leading that project. They're hoping to develop between 60 to 67 houses. Their goal is to try to get that built by 2028. Obviously, they're working on doing their funding stacking and stuff like that for that. The other one, the Darigold site, the city and the county are working together to build multifamily there. We're actually working on the last couple steps to, get a developer hired and stuff like that to try to get that built. So there's nothing currently built, but there's things in the pipeline to get that built, hopefully within the next, 3 to 5 years.
So within 5, that's my question, within 5 years, are we facing more demand for ridership in those two areas?
Potentially, yeah.
While we're
if they get
still
built,
frozen out?
I would say, to your point, yes. If they get built according to the schedules and stuff like that, that would be, obviously, more users coming to that area.
Okay, all right.
So just for clarification, and then we'll go to your question. So the district doesn't have the authority nor the power to stop this from happening. The district can only provide feedback to the city as an affected taxing district. So just want to keep that in mind in our conversation as we focus in on what this agenda item actually is, which is our response to the request to the information by the city of Astoria. Commissioner York.
One question: to initiate a new district, I believe requires a vote of the people. Is that right?
I'm not 100% certain for initiation of a new district. I don't believe so.
No. Okay, maybe that was just in Corvallis.
Yeah,
And that was just weird.
I don't believe so for that. But,
Okay.
yeah.
But and my second question was going to be, but amendments don't. So since we don't think that it's true for the first.
Yeah, no, amendment, at least for that, is all, Chapter 457 designates how to do that. How this was built says basically the Astoria Development Commission is the one in collaboration with the City Council. They actually happen to be the same body, so they're very in line with what they want to do there. are the ones that can make any substantial amendments to that plan.
So the goal of the letter is basically to bring to the attention of all of the deciding parties that this has an effect on our ability to provide services for the demand that they are hoping to create. And although it seems like a minimal quantity of funding, all of these minimal cuts have a long-lasting effect on our district. And so, again, our voicing this is not going to stop this project. However, it is an important consideration when urban renewal districts are being formed. It was my perspective that this letter was written from. And so if there may be a motion or a decision by the board that whether this is the right direction to go in response to send, or whether we want an entirely different response, minor changes to this, complete changes to this, that's the discussion that we should be having right now. Commissioner Montero.
I think this is basically a good letter. It outlines the position. It's respectful, but I would like to see the addition of an expected request for permanent improvements, for money for permanent improvements due to the increased usage. So some funding that comes back to us for those the permanent needs.
Commissioner Stolberg.
Oh, just to clarify my point from earlier, I wasn't saying anything in opposition to the housing project or anything. I was just assessing the needs of future ridership against what we face in our financial situation. So, yeah, and I think the draft of the letter is very appropriate.
Commissioner York.
So I have a little bit of experience with tax increment funding, and I really mean a little bit. And I think it's a valuable tool for economic development in general, for community development in general. It's not necessarily right every time. That's dependent on the projects. I would be reluctant to us publicly opposing this. That's my vote. And by the way, since we're all new to each other, mostly, I don't mind split votes. That isn't a big deal to me. Some people can't take it, but not a problem with me. Vote your conscience. So I don't think you can separate opposition to tax increment funding and the project. I don't think you can do that. If this were rewritten so that it was more focused on we will expect to see the improvements that our district will need because of the increased demand, rather than opposition to it, I could support it. As it is, I couldn't support the letter, but I would have no problem with the majority supporting that.
Any further discussion or action desired by the board? Commissioner Montero.
I'm not sure that I see this as an opposition letter, because I'm looking at the last paragraph. We respectfully object to the loss of funding opportunity associated with the amendment. We request consideration of measures that would mitigate or offset the fiscal impact to the district while allowing the proposed housing projects to proceed. I see that as this is our concern, and we're not opposed to the housing. I think we make it clear. Is that enough to say we expect? And I like the "we expect" that you put in there, Commissioner York. I like the, we expect.
It's a little more active.
Yes, I like that. I like that a lot. So I could see some tweaks here to incorporate that, but I didn't take this as an opposition letter. It's more, I think, informative, and then put the ask in?
Commissioner York?
I know it sounds little. If it were moved up to the top, so that that's what it is. We are concerned about the change in funding, the impact in funding, and will be requesting, applying whatever the right terminology is there, so that it's not, oh, by the way, at the end, because honestly, people don't always read all the way to the end of the letter, and if you have something important to say, it's better to get it up at the top.
And I can endorse that. So I'd like to make a motion that we authorize our executive director and chair to work together on a modification of this letter as we've discussed, and authorize them to sign and send it. I believe it's important that our chair also be included in the signature of this.
Motion on the floor.
Second.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner York. Further discussion. Commissioner Allegria.
Would we see a copy of this before it goes out?
Per my motion, we could see a copy of it, and I think that'd be fine, but
let me put it another way.
We would not be wordsmithing it.
Okay, I guess I would not put that we show that we really are strongly supportive of housing, and that we would like to support the residents of this housing, but we need the finances. So sort of to eliminate knots.
Okay. Re-emphasize the support for housing. Got it. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment and the motion as stated signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I have a court date in a half hour, so I've got to get back to Seaside.
Okay.
May I be excused?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
You risk getting appointed to something.
Board committee assignments. So the board has several committees that we have board members assigned to, and since we have brand new board members, I wanted to take this opportunity to reopen this conversation about appointing people to the board. So we have a liaison appointed to the Northwest Area Commission on Transportation. Thank you, Brian, for coming.
Thank you.
And in the past liaison is no longer on the board, and so I'm looking for volunteers to be our board liaison on the Northwest Area Commission on Transportation. And if you don't know what that is, now's the time to ask.
What is it?
The Northwest Area Commission on Transportation is an ODOT-run organization that is the citizen and local government body representatives that meet on a bi-monthly basis to get news from ODOT regarding projects, funding opportunities, things that come up, and also voice concerns for things that are coming up. And it's the regional opportunity to communicate with ODOT directly.
And they meet in various places?
They rotate. So it's the Northwest area consists of Tillamook, Clatsop, Columbia, and part of Washington County. And so the meetings rotate through those 4 areas every other month. And they're also available virtually. So
they are.
I would accept volunteers unless we move to voluntelling. Anybody interested in being our representative on the Northwest Area Commission on Transportation?
Do you already attend those meetings?
I do.
You didn't like that.
No, it's okay. So, anybody interested in being our liaison for this committee? It's a really good opportunity to voice and get information on projects and funding opportunities that are available through ODOT, through the state. Nobody. Okay.
All right, I just have a question.
Sure.
Are there other committees that we're going to discuss?
Yes, it's in the packet. So there's the Northwest Area Commission on Transportation, the TAC liaison for the TAC committee, Policy Committee, the Executive Director Evaluation Committee, and the Budget Committee is all of us. But we just need to go over membership for that, so we need to know how many people we are beating the drum for. So, again, anybody interested in the Northwest Area Commission on Transportation? If not...
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Okay, so it's usually Thursdays. I believe it's the third Thursday. It might be the second. I'll find out the date for you.
Okay.
Okay, so Guillermo is our Northwest Act liaison. Thank you. TAC liaison. In the past, that was Pamela. And she had recently said that you were not interested in doing that anymore, so I just want to ask again and make sure that we're opening that opportunity up to who, any of the new board members or you to continue. Anybody interested?
Well, I would continue if under a new situation.
Under this new situation, okay. Anybody else interested? We don't always have to have only one, but this is one of those that could be two.
I don't think so.
When does the TAC meet?
It hasn't been decided yet.
Yeah, it's been
We just reformed the TAC, so this is an
But
opportunity.
generally, is it every other month or is it
No.
monthly or?
It meets a minimum of twice a year, but the last time we were really promoting that it meets quarterly. And so I think you should plan, that would be the best plan, is quarterly. And could we not have, I think the bylaws may say a liaison, and maybe board policy does too, but everything seems to be in renewal right now. And couldn't we have like co-liaisons or something like that?
It says board member has no vote.
That's correct.
Right.
Right.
Right. So they're just a communication
and
facilitator.
maybe having 2 liaisons with 5 citizens is a little bit of an overload on the liaison at this point.
At this point.
The other thing I don't understand is how the formation of the TAC. I mean, does the executive director, what is the role of the executive director? Is there one?
There isn't.
And that, no.
I think that it was my recollection when I was on the TAC that the executive director could make presentations to the TAC, did not run the TAC. The TAC had its own chair, and the clerk of the board was staff to the TAC.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah,
That
on
was the
paper.
intention. Yes. So, anybody feel strongly about being our TAC liaison? Yes, you'd like to continue. Feel strongly about it, or you're
strongly?
Okay. So Pamela would like to continue as our TAC liaison. And we will revisit this again. This is an annual thing. So the next thing is the policy committee.
Well,
so at this point, based on the last board that we had with our 4 members, we had 2 of our members as the policy committee. And again, so Tita and Pamela were a part of the policy committee. I'd like to open that up again to see who's interested in being on the policy committee. If you have any interest, Commissioner York or Commissioner Teeple, who is no longer here, just to make sure that we provide a little bit of diversity as far as opinion and experience to that committee.
What is the function of that committee?
Board policies.
The
development.
function is to review all the board policies, bring them up to date, do any rewriting if needed, and they are then recommended to the board for adoption. And I've already done quite a bit of work on it, so I would like to stay on it, but I would welcome new thoughts.
And you will receive that in your board packet, the policies.
Yeah. I would be interested in that.
I was willing, not interested.
Okay. Okay, so.
I'd like it to be more than 2 people, maybe 3.
I requested a different committee. That's why I'm being hesitant about other things, so.
Pamela, were you wanting to continue on the policy
Yes.
committee? Okay, so then we'll just make that, we'll add Matt. So Matt, Tita, and Pamela. That's our policy committee. Executive Director Evaluation Committee.
I would like to be on that.
Would like to be on
Tita. Penny. And we're going to volunteer Kathleen.
Ooh.
Okay, because I want everybody to be on at least one committee, so we were running out of committees. So those are our standing committees right now. I feel like I'm forgetting one, but those are our standing committees, and those are our new committee members. Budget committee is all of us plus an equal amount of lay people. Sarah, do you have a list of our budget committee members at this time?
I will find it. I
Okay.
don't have it.
Okay.
Right, because we have to make sure that.
Right, so
people
we need to
remember.
find out who on the existing budget committee, whose terms expire, whose don't expire, and reach out to all of them and figure out who wants to continue on our budget committee. And then we will also know how many people we need to add to our budget committee as far as the lay people based on that information. We will need to, what makes that easier is establishing some budget training dates. Budget meeting dates and training dates. Our finance department, I don't know, did you send it to everybody or just me?
I didn't send it to, I gave it to Sarah or to
I just sent it to you.
Okay, so the proposed dates right now are dates that I will say don't work for me. So let's look at those weeks though to find out if during those weeks there are dates that will work. So a budget committee training, and this says optional. It is not optional. We all need to take annual budget committee training. So April 16th, the week of April 16th.
April 16th is a Thursday. I could do that. It's usually 2 hours.
So that,
Have a time slot?
so noon to 2.
Okay.
If that date works for everybody else, then we'll do that date, and I will not be there. Does that date work for everybody else?
We don't know if it works for Kathleen.
Right.
So we have a meeting in the morning, right? Is that, do I have that?
Is that the fourth Thursday?
No, it's a third Thursday.
Oh, okay.
So everybody's got that in their calendar then?
It's the 16th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. If I'm the only one that it doesn't work for, it goes forward.
No, I'm just
Yep.
making sure.
Okay.
So May 7th is the first budget committee meeting date? And 10 to 2 is the scheduled time?
The county is having their budget committee meetings on that day, and I'm part of that.
Okay. So Friday the 8th?
Open. I can do that.
Friday the 8th?
In the afternoon.
10 to 2? Pick a different time. What works better for you?
8.
I'm free in the afternoon.
Okay.
not in the
Okay.
morning.
How about 1 to 3?
Yeah.
I'm not here on Friday the 8th.
Okay.
How about Wednesday the 6th?
Me?
No, that doesn't work. You can't get them much later. How about the week before?
I'm on vacation the week before.
Friday the 15th?
Boy, that gets us really late into the, well, okay, let me look at what Friday the 15th is.
Wednesday the 13th?
I can't do Wednesday the 13th.
Again, Friday the 15th.
How about Thursday? No, can't do that. Friday the 15th, 1:30 to 3:30 I could do. I could do the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 to 3? 1:30 to 3:30, what did you say?
I'd say 1:30 just to make sure I can get here.
1:30 to 3:30.
5:15.
May 15th?
30 to 3:30.
And that's a Friday?
Yep.
Yeah. And then number 2, because you should always schedule more than one.
Yep, so then the next option would be
Maybe Thursday the 21st.
oh, Friday the 22nd.
Friday the 22nd is going to be better.
So, can I interject really quickly? So, we want to have it done before, preferably before our May board meeting, so that it can come to our May board meeting to be approved. That was why the dates.
This last year was at our June board meeting.
I know, but the goal is not to roll it into June and roll it into the end of the time frame. The goal is to have it done in May and have it approved at the May board meeting. And then that way we don't have to run into that end post in June.
Okay.
So that was just.
So I'm gonna keep that May 22nd option out there, Friday the 22nd.
1, 2.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
I don't know that I'll be here the 22nd. That's Memorial Day weekend.
22nd is one.
No, it's not. Memorial Day weekend is the, oh, I see what you're saying. May 31st is not.
That should be the 25th, that makes
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Okay, so you're doing Friday, May 25th in the afternoon?
Well, that was the 22nd we were shooting for, but, I mean, we,
Well, how about the afternoon of Thursday, the 21st? Does that work? No?
Can we do the morning of the 21st?
No, because the county has their budget meeting that day.
what about the morning of the 22nd?
I won't be here the 22nd.
Are you not available on Fridays? Is that the problem here?
I generally don't work past 10 on Fridays.
Okay. I would like to request that during budget season that you are available on the days that the board is available, and if that's a Friday, then we make some sort of accommodations. It's kind of important
Going forward,
that
that's definitely manageable, yeah.
The what?
I said going forward, that's definitely manageable. Those 2 weekends happen to be Mother's Day weekend, the 15th, which I will, or the weekend before. The 8th is Mother's Day, the 7th, 8th is Mother's Day weekend, and so we go out of town for that weekend. And then Memorial Day weekend, we also go out of town for that weekend. So, apologies that those are the dates that those fell on.
Okay.
Those are why I chose the dates that I chose.
Okay, so the training is on the 16th. The first budget meeting is on May 15th from 1:30 to 3:30. I'm going to suggest we make that 1:30 to 4:30.
On which day?
The 15th.
So that
More of the business of the budget can
I
be done in
agree.
that same day.
Say that, the hours again?
1:30 to 4:30.
I agree. Since we're already here.
I'm sorry, whoops, I was daydreaming.
May 15th, 1:30 to 4:30.
Oh, I have that.
1:30 to 4:30.
I got that.
later.
Okay, So then we need to establish that next date.
So May 7th is a backup perhaps, or no?
No.
It's not that date's gone, period.
What about Tuesday, the 19th?
We have a Union
Yeah.
Health District meeting that day.
But we could do it later. The only thing is that if we want to make changes on the 15th, does that give enough time to put those changes in and produce a new document by the 19th?
I don't know that making the changes and producing the document isn't the problem, but I think and correct me if I'm wrong, don't we have to provide everything out to the public for our meeting so many days prior? And
The
that
budget,
would not.
but the whole budget document would basically be, if you can provide the changes to the board, to the budget committee by the 19th, then they would also be available to the public.
We don't have to put it out. We don't have to put the packet out like so many days.
Before the first meeting.
Just the first meeting, not the following meetings.
That is the information that is going to get carried through. That's the main document. Okay. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it would be very close. Like, it would not be anything that's going to come out like super early to you if you did it that way. Because I wouldn't do it until the 18th, so you would get it the 19th at the meeting, or late the 18th, early the 19th.
So not ideal.
For clarification, the law requires that they have a public comment period during the budget process.
That's the
They
first
don't have to approve the final.
There's a public comment at the board meeting prior to approval of the budget at that point in time as well. Before the budget hearing at the board meeting, there was also public comment.
Okay.
So just to look back, May 8th is a no, correct?
So are we looking at the 19th?
What about May 1st?
I was just coming to that. How about May 1st? For our first budget meeting.
Oh, God.
You mean instead of April 16th?
No.
No. May 1st for the first budget meeting. The 16th is the training.
Okay, got it.
May 1st for the first budget meeting. Does that give the staff enough time to get the budget together?
Could we do it instead the afternoon of April 30th? It's a Thursday.
When's our meeting? Transit board.
The week before that.
It was the week before that.
Do you have a conflict with the first?
Yeah, I've got my city position, but I'd have to be in.
The afternoon of April 30th?
That's fine.
Everybody?
It works.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be.
April 30th. In the afternoon.
Yeah, maybe 1 to 3.
1 to 3?
Or 1 to 4, just in case.
1 to 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would mean our training on April 16th from 12 to 2, our first budget meeting on April 30th from 1 to 4, our second budget meeting on May 15th from 1:30 to 4:30.
Correct. And then we just need to, so then does June 11th work for people for the just in case we need it, which let me try back that up a little bit. So
It works for me. So number 3, just in case.
What's the date again?
That is, actually, there's a meeting conflict on that day also.
Well, there is.
That's the Northwest Area Commission on Transportation Day.
Oh, what's that?
So,
How about the 12th, June 12th, as a just in case?
June 12th, just in case.
I can do that.
Kelly?
Can we do it in the morning?
Yes. Sure. 10 to noon. That's a just in case meeting at
9 to 11?
9 to 11. Does that work for people?
On June 12th,
Yes.
I can make it.
Perfect.
I'm just going to preface
What's the
this.
title of that meeting?
That's the just in case budget committee meeting.
Budget
Normally, we complete it in 2 meetings, but sometimes we need more information or questions or adjustments, and we need a little bit of extra time. So that would allow for that.
Kathy,
Yes.
what was the time on the 15th?
The 15th.
1:30 to 4:30.
So the end times are our end times, not necessarily we have to go that long, but we won't go longer than that. Commissioner Allegria.
I may be on vacation somewhere, so I didn't think we were going for these dates at the moment. So,
Okay.
so in other words, everyone else shows up.
Okay. We'll do our best to have everybody here on these dates. These are the dates. Will you make sure that please we send that out in our request to find out whether budget committees are willing and able to continue, thereby letting us know how many seats we need to fill. Okay? Good. All right. So we did that. Stiff amendment.
Stiff amendment.
Should I go ahead?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the stiff amendment is that ODOT has opened a period for us to amend our stiff plan. The stiff plan is the outline of our spending of our stiff money received, which is from the payroll tax that's currently being collected. What happened was we did not allocate, 2 things happened. One, we got an additional $27,000 that we did not anticipate, so we will roll that over into our plan. The other thing was we also carried over $410,000. It was actually $490,000, and we did not put it into our plan. The actual, the estimated amount was 480, 490. The actual amount was 410, and included the 168,000 that we pulled back. So the total amount of the adjustment to our plan will be this 437. If you see in the little box below, we're going to add those funds about 70-30 into operations for fixed route, paratransit, and then a smaller portion for administration. This is just reallocating funds we already have that were not programmed into the budget. I think the way I, correct me if I'm wrong, is we carried over the money from the previous biennium into the plan, but we did not allocate them into the particular operations or projects. So this will correct that. This will add the new funds and will allow us to program this money. Because we're so far into this year, it's going to be difficult for us to program money into the current budget, because by the time the stiff plan amendment is reviewed and approved, it could be as late as March or April and maybe even May. So any adjustment on the current year FY26 budget would risk us making the adjustment to a current budget on the chances of it being approved. Now, the chances are really good because we're not increasing our STIP plan, we're reducing our STIP plan. But nevertheless, by putting it into FY27, it allows us a pretty clear path to reallocate the funds. It gives us a chance to build our new budget and show where this money will be spent. And this letter is for us to make an application to ODOT to re-amend our plan.
If it's not, just so we're clear on, for new board members, if it's not in the plan, you can't spend the money, even if you have it sitting in the bank. So it's important that it's mentioned in the plan. So that's the bottom line. So we have to plan for spending the money, otherwise we can't, according to ODOT, regardless of how much you have in your bank.
The unallocated money will be allocated accordingly, and this will be for FY27.
I'd entertain a motion.
So moved?
No, you can't.
No.
The motion is
Never.
easy. Well, Kathy can help you out.
I'd entertain a motion to approve this stiff reallocation plan as presented by the executive director and authorize them to sign and submit.
Did you get amount?
Is this,
Don't have to put the amount. Do we
It's
have it in the proposal?
Is it in the motion?
We don't have to have the motion.
it's a resolution, so yes, we do have to have all this complete in here. Sorry, that's what I was just looking for. So, motion to approve the resolution 202601 as presented in our packet.
Oh, there it is.
I said,
So that's the motion that I would entertain.
I'll give it a try, but I didn't take many notes. I move to reallocate the STIF funds as presented, number 202601.
According
Close
to
enough?
resolution.
Resolution, yeah.
And I guess it's the board chair and, yeah, authorize the chair. It's an awkwardly worded resolution, but yes.
I second it.
Authorize the chair to sign.
And authorize the chair to sign.
Okay. I second it.
Motion was made by Commissioner York and seconded by Commissioner Allegria. Discussion.
So this resolution refers back to the proposal that we have received from the executive director and spends the money in the, as suggested there. Okay, just want to be sure.
Question, does that also change our budgeted allocations? The way that our budget is allocated?
Our current budget is not affected because we're not making a change. The next year budget hasn't been set up yet, so.
Perfect.
So
we don't
the
need it.
desire to make it the cleanest.
Excellent. So no
possible.
budget amendment is necessary, just for clarification, because it's for next year's budget.
There's a budget implication for our STIF budget. Have we submitted an FY27 STIF budget?
No, but it doesn't affect.
Okay, we have not, so it doesn't affect.
It doesn't affect our district budget,
No.
so we don't need to pass a budget amendment.
Correct.
Perfect.
So this
Further
will be
discussion.
included in budget discussions that we have
Coming up.
coming up.
Correct.
Makes sense.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Teeple being excused. Executive Director Employment Agreement Compensation. It has come to my attention, which is part of this discussion, that the previous board, when the employment agreement was signed with the current executive director, agreed to adding a 2% employer contribution to the executive director's retirement account, as well as providing him with a health savings account contribution. Neither of which has happened, and so this was brought to my attention for the board to resolve. I will say that we have our insurance agents with us here to answer any questions by the board. The proposed resolution of this was not presented to me in this manner prior to being included with the packet, and so I would suggest we handle this in two different ways. I mean, as a split manner. And one is that the board is able to ask questions of our insurance agent that is on the line regarding what potential resolutions there may be, and that the proposed contract or agreement amendment should be handled at a future session in executive session because it is a renegotiation of our agreement, not just we just pass an amendment to it. So there's different things going on here. There's gathering of information, and then we will table the contract amendment for a different meeting in an executive session. Is that clear? Does the board understand what is now happening? Yes. Is that your?
Well, the 2% contribution was clearly stated in the contract. This hasn't occurred. The other one was be a clear discussion on whether we want to change it.
But your proposed resolution is the contract amendment, is the agreement amendment.
I'm trying to come up with a mechanism to.
Sure. And so the board needs to find out what their options are as far as resolving this issue. So as far as the retirement account, I'm curious about, isn't that just a normal function of HR to have the retirement account set up and have the contribution made, and why hasn't that happened?
It was set up, everything was put into place. There was a question about how that was to be paid, and they just wanted to clarify it, because at the same time I had a question about the 1,500. The HR rep at the time wasn't comfortable just making it a standard regular contribution and wanted to clarify it with the board.
Which contribution is not
The
being regular?
2%. It was my interpretation that would be just a regular payroll deduction that would be put into a retirement account every pay period. And she was not clear on that.
Then she didn't understand.
So
it seems to me that it says in the contract,
in the agreement,
in the agreement, that there would be a 2% employer contribution to your retirement account, and that should have started. That should have been done.
Sam, do you have any knowledge or input on any of this past or going forward, what this process would be to implement the 2% retirement?
I mean, we can make it happen, Kathy. About the past, how was the agreement? I'm not sure how was that in place, at least before the beginning of 2026. But we can make that happen if you vote yes. We'll definitely make that.
This is not anything that needs to be voted on.
No.
This is the 2% retirement contribution was, from my perspective and my understanding, this is an HR dumped in your lap. Acknowledge this is not your doing in the past. However, a function of payroll and HR to contribute the 2% to a retirement account. Is that not a normal part of our employment processes?
It is.
Okay.
It is. Yes.
So that can be resolved.
Yes.
So we can make a catch-up contribution and the 2% going forward on a regular basis as was part of the employment agreement. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that seems simple enough that the board would be able to ask that doesn't require a renegotiation of the agreement. Commissioner York.
So this is just verifying that it's going to be done as agreed upon.
Right.
So it isn't a change in
No, that's not a change at all.
No,
So
our action.
It just, the
Operative.
no, making it happen fell through the cracks.
we'll just put it that way. And we can just reaffirm that we are asking for this normal operation of payroll and HR to happen. Correct?
To go into our regular
Retirement
The
account.
retirement
Yep,
contribution.
the retirement contribution as is set up for all district employees. Thank you. So part 1 is taken care of.
Yes.
Part 2 is the trickier one that we are going to ask for information from our insurance agent if you have questions about that. So part 2 is tricky because it is my understanding that the district does not offer HSA accounts to all employees, and this was something that was agreed to by the past board and hasn't happened because it wasn't something that is available to employees at Sunset Empire Transportation District. The director would like this form of a health savings account versus the ones that are available to all the employees at the district. So what are our options for resolving this?
So let's ask.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
thank you.
All right, I'm Danny Dugan. I'm with Epic Brokers. We're in Bend, but we've been your benefits agent for a while. So for the HSA piece, the district would need to offer an HSA plan as part of the medical benefits, which can be done, but it can't be done until the annual renewal in July. That's an easy option. We just can't do it now. The trickier part is the way the employment agreement reads. The district was also going to contribute $1,500 to Mr. Carr's HSA account every year. The problem with that is if you do that for one employee, you need to do it for everybody. Otherwise, you create a discrimination situation. So it's okay if only one employee has the HSA plan and contributes on their own to their HSA account that goes with that plan. The problem is if the district funds the HSA or any portion of it, they need to do that for everybody. So it looks like there was an amendment drafted that perhaps that $1,500 be reallocated towards his retirement account in addition to the 2% you guys have already talked about. That would resolve the discrimination issues. It just wouldn't go towards an HSA, an account. With that said, the district does offer an HRA for its employees. An HRA is similar, where there are certain medical expenses the district will reimburse employees for incurring. And the district funds that and controls that. There's no funds available to the employee. So the district does have that option already in place. It just comes down to a discrimination issue if we set up an HSA contribution on Mr. Carr's behalf and only him.
So it would appear to me, I guess
Commissioner
I have the
Yes.
question, whether the district's lawyer reviewed this contract or whether the district's benefits advisors reviewed the agreement prior to it being signed, because it sounds to me like the board at that time signed something that they couldn't do.
That's the way it appears, yeah.
So you presented us with a couple different options for resolving this, which would be establishing HSA and the opportunity for HSA accounts with a $1,500 contribution for every employee, or an HRA account. Are we able to contribute to that?
The HRA is, sorry to interrupt. The HRA is already in place, and the employees can submit for reimbursement on certain medical expenses to the district for reimbursement. And then Sam and Pat in my office, I think, have gone back and forth on the details of that, and that renews every year.
How is that funded?
It's funded out of the district funds.
At a per employee rate, at a bulk rate, at a how?
It's tied to the reimbursements that are submitted, and there's usually a cap on the amount any employee can receive. So if there are no requests for reimbursement, there's no money funded out of the district. It's based on the activity.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in that type of account.
Don't even talk about it.
No.
That's a negotiation, and we cannot negotiate at this
We have to be
table.
careful about how we're discussing this, so. We're taking the opportunity because we have our insurance agent on the line to be able to get information about what's out there in the world as options for these sorts of plans. As far as negotiations and those kinds of things, we will take that up in executive session when we look at negotiating the agreement.
So
Commissioner
again,
York.
just looking at options, is putting that amount in a retirement fund, is that an option?
That's part of a negotiation.
Well, it's not part of the negotiations if it's not possible for us to do
Is that something that we can do for one employee and not others? Do you know? Since that's a different type of a benefit?
Yeah, it's a different type of a benefit, but I would assume, well, I couldn't be qualified to answer that, frankly. I'd be guessing.
Okay.
Okay, so it's something we still need to
We
find
would
out.
need to find out more information about that. Any other questions or information that you would like to provide us as far as options that you might have missed the first time, or questions?
Yeah, no, I mean, I get where the district's trying to go. We just run into discrimination issues if only Mr. Carr received that HSA contribution. You can offer an HSA plan to all of the employees and they can choose that or stay on the PPO plan. But when it comes to the HSA contribution coming from the district, that's where we have a problem. So this amendment option is viable, but you guys would need to discuss that with your financial advisor.
Okay. Any other questions in this regard at this time? Okay, this will be on our next agenda as an executive session. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for being here and sitting through the other parts of the meeting. We may be reaching out again to get to the bottom of some more information. Thank you very much.
You bet. Sounds good. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Legislative Committee 257 letter of support.
So there's a task force that is being established for transit funding. This is kind of an outcropping of the other previous legislation that is currently going to a vote. But my understanding of this is that they're looking for alternative sources of transportation funding that is going to replace the payroll tax. So our STIF funding comes out of the payroll tax. Currently, it's at 0.1% of the payroll tax. So my concern is that this would actually remove that funding source and look for alternative funding sources. I just wanted to be able to put in our comments at this point early on, similar to what we did with the other legislation, and trying to get ahead of this in a way that we have this in there, and then we'll continue to monitor, and as we have other opportunities to provide input, we would do that. So,
Commissioner Montero.
Do we have a copy of the bill available to us?
There's no.
If there is one?
It's a legislative committee that's being proposed that is on OLIS. You can look it up under the LC 257. It's a House LC. So this is a proposal to establish a task force to look at funding options for transit, which, as Director Carr said, opens up the discussion of whether the payroll tax that funds transit will continue, whether there might be other funding mechanisms that would be better, what rate, what level, how to fund transit is the bigger question that they're going to be looking at. I think that very wisely this letter addresses our concerns with cracking that can back open again, and how vital stable funding is to transit, and that going backwards to pre-217 era funding mechanisms does not create stable transit systems throughout Oregon. So
I would concur with all of that, because this is pretty complicated, and anticipation of an unknown is pretty risky, especially in today's climate.
yeah, so the task force has pretty loose parameters right now, which is all that more dangerous in my opinion. So I would entertain a motion regarding the letter on the table.
I'm not sure I'm ready to make a motion either way. I just want to remind you all that there was an editorial in the Astorian that I sent you all for your information. And while I think it's important to be looking at how, for the state to be looking at how it provides sustainable funding for sustainable public transit, I personally have concerns that there doesn't seem to be enough representation from, or proposed representation from the people who use the service.
So I just want to point out that this letter intentionally is addressed to the chair and members of the interim committee on transportation, not to the members of the task force. Because these are concerns that the decision-making body needs to hear, not necessarily the discussion group needs to hear.
Yeah, no, I.
So, and so in that sense, time is of the essence to get this out. Commissioner Allegria.
Well, I think that we should send the letter, and that I understand about the comments made by the historian, but transportation shouldn't be political. And with just the people, the organizations that have to provide the service and what they need, not dividing it into, we're a nonpartisan, organization, and this committee eliminates the fighting, the discussion between political parties. If we don't state it strongly, it will be thrown into, which it has been, into the political arena. And as soon as people see, oh, you're going to raise my this and that, they'll go, no. But they want the roads, they want the transit, they want the bridges and everything else. So I think what I like about this, it's nonpartisan. Say two.
So you're going to make a motion?
Entertain a motion.
Okay. Well, I move to approve this letter supporting the goals and composition. I'm not sure that's
not what it does.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'll support the goals of LC 257 for sustained investment in rural transportation. Do I need to say more?
The letter as
written, as stated in the letter as written.
And authorize the director.
And authorized by the chair.
No, the chair or the director?
Okay. The executive director, David Carr.
I'll second that motion.
Motion has been made to authorize the letter to be signed and sent in support of LC 257 goals and authorize the director to sign. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Chair votes aye. Commissioner Teeple is excused. All right, so correspondence. We saw that. Got the correspondence. Fantastic that our staff is being recognized for the excellent work that they do. Just want to give a big shout out to our excellent front desk staff for sure. Okay. Executive director report and team reports. Can you do it in 5 minutes?
Sure.
Between the two things? So
Just want to do really quickly, I want to introduce Sam Badera as our new HR officer.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Can
Pleasure
you
to be
take
here.
time to
Thank
get
you.
to know a little something about Sam?
Sam, can you introduce you just quick?
Tell us about yourself.
We have 30-second elevators.
All right. Well, I'm pleased to be here. Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to be here. Happy to join. I got the pleasure to meet Kathy, Commissioner Kathy, and I'm very excited to work with all of you. And hopefully 2026 will be a great year for all of us. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Sarah Chilling, she's our new executive assistant and board. We've done a lot of activities. I think if we look at our team reports, you can see we've probably done more activities than we have in quite a while. And I'm really pleased with the level of professionalism and the amount of tasks that we're doing. Highlights for me were meeting with the ATU president. I did have a couple things I just wanted to mention. One was we have had storage in our basement with the Astoria Opry. Another reason I think it's important to mention it is we basically had them remove all their stuff. We had the agreement with them was I couldn't find it, and they were filling up our basement with props and things. They've agreed to take it, and they're moving it. They have a couple things left. I just, if they were to be upset about it or someone wanted to come in and complain, I wanted to let you know that this was what we're doing. And it was really, I would like to be able to, in the future, create a space there for drivers. Have a sofa or a television or exercise equipment, whatever. I'd like to be able to do that. And clearing out this space makes that available. Whether it's suitable or whether we can do that, I don't know yet. We're just getting started in that. So, and then the other one was we're ending our agreement with Northwest Community Action. They've been charging us about $1,000 a month to clean our shelters. We have hired a new facilities assistant. That person will now be doing those duties, and so it becomes redundant, and it's a $12,000 a year expense that we're going to be able to eliminate, and so we made that decision. And we haven't given them their final notice, but we're in that process of doing that. And I would like Jennifer, if you had anything to add?
Yes.
One or two, you each get one thing, maybe two.
Okay, I got two. So I just wanted to point out employee recognition. I think it's really important, employee recognition. So we do employee of the quarter. The management teams nominate, and then we vote on the employee of the quarter. So quarter 4 was Steve Weiner. He's driven for the district for 20 plus years. He's put many, many miles on our roads. And behind the wheel, he was a supervisor. He's very acquainted with the operations, and so he's definitely a great suit for that quarter 4. And then at the holiday party, in December, the staff at the party voted on Employee of the Year, and that was Demasio. Nicole spoke about Demasio, quarter 3 employee, and he's a paratransit driver. He also has worked for the district for close to 20 years, and so if you haven't ridden with him, if you haven't met either one of these, and all of our drivers are stellar. I would just encourage, even just jump on the bus if you're not going to be able to ride, but just, thank them. We've had multiple staff out for various reasons, and we have had multiple staff step up and fill in extra positions, extra duties, things that they don't do on a daily basis, maybe never have done. And I just am very thankful for who we have and their willingness to do things, do board reports, write minutes, things that they've never done or don't have as much training in. And so just very, very appreciative of who we have on staff. And then, of course, all the new leadership we have. So thank you.
Excellent.
Kelly and Lana?
So we are working on changing our credit cards over to U.S. bank cards. We'll have a little bit of cash back on those. So that's in the process of, we're almost to the end on that. So the cards will be going out soon, and we'll be able to utilize that few extra dollars.
Sam, one item?
One item, happy to announce that we are officially in the E-Verify system, so we are aligned with the federal and the state laws. That will secure us in so many different ways, starting with preventing any lawsuits coming from any employment verification. So happy to announce that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Could I ask Director Carr one question, and that is, where are we with the Clatsop Community College UPass?
We're waiting for their ratification, and then when we
Okay.
have that, we will bring back the final, the MOU's under legal review. Our attorneys are looking at it.
Great.
And the college is making their final, whatever they have to do with their board.
Okay,
So we're
good deal.
just waiting for those things to converge, and we'll bring back the finished product before we apply signatures. Jason?
Yeah, thank you very much, David. We had a really good microtransit pilot. It got started slowly, but we were able to move forward with it and have a strong last several months of service. It did what is one of the most important things for a pilot program, is to show you or give you a model of what it could be like in the future. And it did a good job of doing that. We've ran into a bunch of challenges that we would look at in the future, but mostly though we looked at a lot of the advantages of having a microtransit program. It's been well received. It's definitely a hot topic amongst several other agencies here in the local community. So thank you for your help in making sure that we have that pilot going, and here's to the future. Hopefully we can find something.
Sarah?
Just hello, thank you so much for welcoming me, and I look forward to serving you all.
So I just want to mention, because Sarah didn't mention it, and it's got her name on the little press release, I want to make sure that everybody is aware that we're providing free bus transit service on January 27th. And that is in conjunction with Homeless Connect, that it will be happening in Seaside. Traditionally, that we've also tagged into that, calling it our Rider Appreciation Day. So just want to make sure that we are letting people know, and that we as a board are aware that bus rides are free on January 27th.
We have a separate Rider Appreciation Day? So we still have a separate Rider Appreciation Day, because that was in a board action last year? Yeah, so this is the free event, we're supporting this, and then we have a separate appreciation.
Actually, I believe that in the past, this was called a rider appreciation, so that there would be no onus on those people who needed to ride the bus for free so they could get to this event. So that's why it was opened up to everyone in the county and called rider appreciation.
But in the most recent one, that was switched, so you may want to take a look at that. Okay, that's all we have.
All right. Future agenda item?
I put that on there because I think that possibly it's a good place for us to be able to, at current meeting, say, maybe we need to talk about this in the future. And also because I have something that I want to add, and that is, when we did the recruitment and all the information for the TAC, and when that was all said and done, it came to my attention that our website did not give good information and did not communicate to the community in a consistent fashion. And you will have seen that by virtue of the fact that we had 2 different applications filled out by various applicants. And that's because on the website itself, what Commissioner York and I had put together was placed on the website without whoever doing it looking to see that there was already something there, etc. In looking into that for myself, what I found were a lot of other discrepancies in the website, and I think that this was pointed out to us today by one of our TAC members, and I really feel very strongly that our website needs to be reviewed. I personally think that we need a work group that not only includes staff, because staff needs to be looking at it, and it needs to include new staff as well as some staff who know the history. But I think that I would like to see a board member also as part of the work group, just to bring sort of the board, our policy on communication. This is one of our forms of communication, and I'm not sure we have a formulated board policy on communication. So I'm concerned that one of our major ways to communicate with the public is not serving us as well as it could.
So this is a future agenda item. We will talk about more on a future agenda.
Yes.
This is a placeholder. Just keep that in mind. It's coming back at the next meeting, another meeting. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh my God.
Or other discussion items.
One more question.
Sure.
Do we have a meeting 7th?
Yes, we do.
Oh, that's the budget review meeting?
Yep.
Let me make
That is
sure.
correct.
Good question, Matt.
So we will see you on the 27th at noon. Correct?
Noon to 2.
So this is budget format?
No,
This is a
the-
budget review that the board committed to.
That should have happened a long time ago.
It's at noon.
27th at noon. See you all then.
Okay.
And then, motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. 1:05, 6.